Sorry,
And welcome.
my bedroom door is broken. I had to close it.
We are playing some D&D 5th edition here to taper off the charity stream. And holy heck, am I excited. I'm going to go around, give my very lovely cast here a chance to introduce themselves and their characters. And then we'll jump into a little ambient story. So, first up, I believe, is Raehawk.
Hello, I am Raehawk, also known as Ray in my, familiar circles, and now you get to call me Ray as well. I am playing Yamise, known only to her friends as Yami, and she is a human paladin.
Absolutely. So excited. Then we'll jump over to faetrouble.
Hello, I'm Angel faetrouble. Tonight I'm playing Alwyn, who is a sorcerer ganasai. I don't know how to pronounce it, but a magic water lady. I've never played a sorcerer before, so I am stoked for magic and
Heck yeah.
water shenanigans.
I expect shenanigans of all kinds, so, add it to the list. We'll jump down to Harlihero. Hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah, my name is Harley. My name is Harley Kane. You can find me everywhere on the internet at Harlihero. And today I am playing Leo, who is a Circle of Stars druid / alchemist artificer. So, they're quite interesting.
Ooh, already love it. So stoked for this game. And then last but not least, Scarlet.
Hello, my name is Scarlett. I am a DJ, music producer, and D&D content creator on Twitch and on TikTok. And today I will be playing Orrana, the dragonborn barbarian.
And so a little bit of story there. I had basically everyone's character art except for Orrana, and then I got a message saying, I'll get it to you. I'm just going to draw it real quick before the stream. And then I got the art, and I was just blown away. It is beautiful. So
You're so nice. Look, I googled female gold dragonborn and didn't find anything that I liked, and so I just decided to do it.
Do it myself. But yeah, I am Andrew, your games master for the evening. I am here all the time on Weave the Tale, along with their own channel, so probably seen me at various places across the internet. If not, if you hang out here, you will. But why don't we jump into just a little bit of backstory, just to paint the picture, set the mood. The hum of the rails was comforting, almost trying to serenade you into a deep, deep slumber. The train ride from Drixton to Essebury was only a few days long, and it was usually a very pleasant trip. In fact, you've all met some of the most interesting people on this very trip. But, or as peaceful as this night was, something was keeping you awake. A quick look around would confirm that it was unlikely that anyone else was awake at this hour. And in fact, not for the moon barely cascading into your train car, there wouldn't be enough light to see much at all. You would soon find out, however, that someone else was awake. It wasn't until this scream that echoed throughout the train cabins would you be made acutely aware of this fact. This was supposed to be a nice, quiet trip on this midwinter's night. But someone, or something, had other plans. Can our cast and crew tonight stop the danger before it's too late? Or will more meet their end before this train ride is over?
That's the question.
We'll start with, as I love to do, some initiative rolls, if you don't mind.
Excellent.
Initiative. All right.
Yeah, let's get
Good.
started.
We love starting with initiative. I have a question already.
Yes.
I gave myself a glaive of warning, which I had from this is a different character from like another one shot.
Okay.
It allows me initiative advantage, but I don't have to use it if you don't want me to.
You go for it.
Okay, cool. Because I have a +0 and I rolled a 5. And I rolled a 6. Nice.
Perfect.
I got 21.
I got an 8. I was taking a
Natural.
very deep nap.
I got a 13 total.
I'm so sorry. I forgot to add you all to the initiative order. Leo, what did you roll?
21.
21. Nicely done.
Yeah, I got a nat
Orrana?
20. So, but yeah, it doesn't matter. So, but
Orrana?
this is a good dice.
I got an 8.
8. Yamise? Did I say that correct?
Yamise.
Yamise.
She got a 6.
6. Almost in order. And Alwyn.
13 total.
Perfect. All right. Well, at the top of the initiative order, Leo. You hear the sound of a high-pitched scream, a call for help. Barely audible over the rattling of the train cars, but thanks to the fact that this is an arcane train, at least some of that is drowned out by just the hum of magic. Your eyes are immediately opened. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna run to wherever I hear the scream.
Okay. So, directly ahead of your car, which is like the economy class sleeping quarters, is kind of the gathering area. There's a bunch of padded couches, tables. It's where people gather to talk, play cards, socialize. As you are up onto your feet, running to the next cabin over, you don't immediately see anyone, but you can hear voices from the next car, that being that of the dining car. Assume you'd like to continue on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bust through the door. Like, literally just, like, run in as fast as I can.
Absolutely. Help if I didn't clear the combat tracker. As Leo is up and taking off through the cabins, we will jump down to Alwyn. Not only would you hear this scream, but you also hear another passenger get up out of their sleeping quarters and just bash through the doors.
Ah, well, I am definitely awake now. I'm going to follow. Are they the other passenger? Are they ahead of me or behind me right now?
Oops. Sorry. I touched the music. I shouldn't touch the music. They would be ahead of you, closer
Okay,
towards
I'm
where
gonna-
the sound's coming from.
I'm gonna follow behind, but a little bit slower, just in case, you know.
Okay. Perfect.
But I am checking the noise out as well.
So, you would see... You know what? In fact, why don't I let... Leo, why don't you describe what Alwyn would see just bursting through the doors ahead of them?
Yeah, so Leo looks very similar to how I am dressed today. They have short black hair, and they are wearing a white button-up shirt with blue pants, and they have this weird night sky story constellation thing all up their arm, and they're wearing a pair of goggles and little stars on their cheeks.
The
Very
dedication
good
is
costume, by the way.
amazing.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
All right. Then we'll jump down to Orrana.
So, Orrana was definitely sleeping when she hears all this commotion. And as she hears yelling and running, which laying kind of sprawled across the bench, quickly gets up and, what is happening? Where is the fire? And she's gonna like peek outside her little cart, and I guess she would see the two previous running by, and she just kind of reaches over, grabs for her stuff, and just starts like booking it after. The rush excites her, and she's like, "What is happening? No one's starting a fight without me there."
Ahead of you is Alwyn. Would you like to describe what Orrana sees?
Oh, sorry. She's like a mid-height, a very lanky-looking woman. She has very gaunt cheekbones and like wet-looking, slicked-back hair, and there is a slight like, not purple color, but like a purple like sheen over her skin, like if she were wearing too much highlighter. And her eyeliner makes her look a little bit spooky, but not quite like intimidating, just a little edgy. And I think she'd be wearing like dress pants, some fancy dress pants, and a poet's shirt, sort of situation. And that's what Alwyn looks like.
So, Orrana, you see the two of them at different speeds. A figure ahead of Alwyn is just bursting ahead, but Alwyn ahead of you is moving a little slower, a little more cautiously. What would you like to do?
Well, I see them running, and I'm very, very competitive, and I cannot let someone outrun me. I don't know what we're running for, but I will book it. I will run at my fastest speed, which is quite fast if you look at my character sheet. And I will just go forward. That seems like the place everyone goes. So I go forward the two.
Perfect.
Did you just pass me?
That's a good question. If I did, then I'm just running blindly forward.
Just like,
What is your
okay.
speed, Leo?
Where Alwyn looks like she's wearing lots of highlighter. I look like I was dipped in highlighter, and I have gold shiny scales, just kind of flash, just maybe
Are you
knocking
talking about my
stuff
30
over.
feet? Are you talking about my 30 feet walking speed? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have
Orrana, what's
40,
your
so
speed?
I guess
Oh, yeah.
Yep, you've passed me, I'm pretty sure.
I'm just like, move over, sis.
Okay.
The first car would be catching up to Alwyn, who I'm sure just kind of sidesteps in your slower, more careful
I am not
walk.
in the way. No.
And then just by the time you hit the dining car, you have caught up and started to pass Leo. You need to be the first one on the scene.
I'm
As I'm
definitely
running, I
thinking
look-
this is a race, just letting you know. But I'm not
Oh,
gonna
so
win.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm
crazy.
just gonna-
We are racing. We're just
No,
racing,
yeah,
right?
we're racing.
Okay.
Of course we are. Yeah, of course.
First one to the snack bar.
And then, last but not least, Yamise.
Yamise is gonna wake up to the hum of her glaive, or it's actually like, I can't remember what the technical term for it is, but it's like it's got a short blade on a long stick. It's sort of like a glaive, but it's a Japanese style, and it hums a little bit and wakens her.
Is it the Girasama? Is that what it's called?
Nagi something. Yeah. Anyway, so she's in full chainmail in her sleep, and she rarely takes it off. Very plain features, no makeup, just hair, dark hair pulled back. I think she's gonna. Her glaive of warning warns her of a danger nearby, and she's not sure what it is, so she just sort of looks around and like pokes her head out the door of the cart that she's in.
Okay. Well, it is a golden blur, I can only assume at this point. Orrana is ahead of you. Orrana, would you like to describe yourself?
I am a tall, kind of lean, sinewy, golden dragonborn. I have these kind of quills coming out of the back of my head, very long, almost like tendrils of hair, but they're covered in gold spines. Everything about me is gold and shiny, except for my green slit eyes, very serpentine. I'm kind of long and lithe, muscled but lean, not very bulky, and I'm wearing a very, very thin, barely covering red silky vestment held together with chains, but no other armor to speak of. And I've got a shield on my back, and I'm holding onto a flail, but I've got like the chain spiky part kind of held up in my hand like a baton, and you just see and the vestments are kind of just kicking up, maybe showing a little bit too much of a view that anyone asked for. But I am too focused on winning to notice.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you all just burst into the dining car with Yamise catching up, would you like to describe how you look, how they would see you coming into the now very full dining car?
Yes, she would have a look of consternation on her face as she entered the dining car. She doesn't like to be the last one to arrive someplace that there's, anything going on. So she's feeling a little slow, a little sluggish maybe on this train. And she's got her dark hair pulled back from her face in a simple ponytail. She's a very straightforward person. Wears her chainmail with like a blue sash. And not much else going on.
As the four of you, one by one, burst into the dining car, first thing you would see a robed, almost entirely covered figure that looks like they were just passed out at one of the tables, still eyes darting around. What little bit of skin is exposed, you see, is a deep green, probably some kind of orcish or half-orcish ancestry. You see at the other end of the car a blue-skinned individual, very much in the similar vein as Alwyn, who is up on their feet and seems to be looking around the tables, like lifting up chairs, is scooting tables to the side, is frantically searching the ground for something. And then in the center... Nope, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
In the center is a figure that you've all seen. The steward of the train that has brought food by, brought drinks by, got anything you need, is standing there out of breath, just... dead. She's dead. Oh my god.
Calm down, woman. Who is dead?
Back in the first class cabin, I was just... I was grabbing the trolley, and I heard a noise, and... Oh, she's dead. And just, like, collapses partially into a chair, partially off the chair, just eventually falling onto his ass, and just just holding his head.
Leo's also panting, finally catching up to Orrana. That was a good race. I will get you next time, though. I promise.
I thought you were good. You were very, very good. But unfortunately, I thought we were going to celebrate with some food, but someone has died, and
Oh, someone.
that doesn't seem very good.
Whew. Okay, I thought maybe somebody had found Galileo, my little friend, and he was scaring people. But somebody's dead. Okay, we can work with that, right?
So I said, well,
I mean, that's bad.
It is bad. It is very bad. It is against the laws of nature. I swear. I kind of like kneel before the steward, who is really upset. I swear, before Torm, I will find who did this, who committed this atrocity. Just tell me where.
Just points towards the first class car, which is the next one down the line.
I look over at Leo. Shall we go? My racing companion.
Yeah, of course. Just, you go on ahead. I will definitely catch up to you in 1 second. I'm gonna kind of look around.
I'm so
are there any, like,
headstrong
drinks
that
or anything?
I just start jogging over, like, as if nothing else to notice, just kind of brashly.
What was that, Leo?
Are there any, like, drinks on the tables or anything like that?
Oh, of course.
I'm
There's
just gonna grab the
drinks and
first one
food
I
out.
see and, like, chug it.
Yep, it's
I'm
warm.
gonna take the one that's sitting in front of the man with the hood. That's what I want to do. Is I want to take that, whatever he's drinking, and I will take it and drink it.
You get a glare, but otherwise they'll just step back out of your way. Very much
As
avoiding
this is happening,
contact.
I'm going to turn around and yell back at Leo. Hey, as the good book says, the early bird counts the crab legs. Let's go.
Oh, right. I'll run
Um,
after.
Alwyn, sorry, I interrupted you. What were you gonna say?
Me? Oh, I'm just running after. You're good. Okay, never mind.
Alwyn's just standing behind them very politely and just like, two extroverts. And I would like to continue to the first class cart that everyone is talking about.
Before Alwyn actually takes a step forward, Yamise is gonna kind of like not put her hand on Alwyn, but sort of like in front of her and say, let me go first. Death is... The cause of death is yet unknown. And I'll put my shield up and walk forward towards the first cart.
She makes a point. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I first.
So I will. It should drag you all over there, but you are now all within the first class cabin. You would see two sets of doors, lead to smaller rooms, those being water closets, and two doors leading to larger rooms, being that this is first class. They get far more space than us. You would also notice that a good portion of the hallway here is scorched and blackened. Amidst the burnt wood and burnt walls and now smoldering curtains is the body of a woman. Long brown hair that's pulled back into a ponytail. Looks probably half-elf by descendant. But her work uniform is absolutely stained crimson. As you can see multiple stab wounds across the chest and abdomen.
Dio.
Would I be able to cast detect magic right now? Just for this cart. What is the length of the cart? Do you know?
I can measure it real quick. 80 feet.
Okay, it goes up to 30 feet. So just in the general area where this woman had passed away.
Okay. So, stepping up to that area, you would be able to see into the first of the first class rooms, because the door is wide open, almost blown off the hinges. Much of the interior of the room is also scorched. Um, it looks like it leaves a trail from about the leftmost window there, all the way to the door, and then, of course, out the door.
Mhm.
There's also a figure standing next to the bed, eyes wide, hands still up in this defensive casting position. An older gentleman, long gray hair, very wrinkled, very much has the look of a noble wizard of some kind. And I will. What I am realizing is that I can actually share these with you, and I should be doing that. This is the individual you see.
Oh, cool.
What is he? Where is he? What is he doing?
He's standing next to the bed in a nightgown, just hands up in this defensive casting position. His eyes wide, staring
He's alive,
out.
though.
He is.
Okay. Are
You there?
um,
What happened? Tell us what happened. What you saw.
Someone tried to come into my room, tried to assassinate me. Can you believe the audacity? But they weren't getting the best of me, no. I may have overdone it with the fire a bit, but I caught them, and when they realized they were outmatched, they tried to run. Oh, I heard them attack the poor woman. Is she all right?
You mean the dead woman?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
would I be able to make an insight check to see if he's being genuine about his story? Okay.
Absolutely.
I was wondering while they're talking if I can do some sort of perception check.
Sure. What are you looking for?
All right. Anything probably of value? Anything that is, or other important things to the murder, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
While you're rolling that, Alwyn, you had the detect magic up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stepping into the room, or even just from the door, you would see that the two chests at the end of each bed are both radiating magic. The doorframe itself still has very faint magic. This individual is absolutely brimming with magic. And also seems to not be very comfortable with you in the room, and maybe has more information than he seems to be sharing.
While you're interrogating him, I'm gonna go back to the corpse, and I want to see, kind of inspect the wounds, see if there's anything burnt there, if she has any
Sure.
fire wounds, or if her blood was coagulated, like if the wounds were inflicted. Like I'm just trying to check out the corpse and the wounds.
If you'd like to make a medicine check for me.
I'm really, really good at medicine.
Leo,
checks.
what did you roll for your perception?
18.
I'm very average at medicine checks.
This individual looks the very tidy type, not really one to leave anything out, but the two chests, both at the end of the bed, look like they're heavily locked and would probably contain any number of valuables.
So, but do I see, is that book in his hand, or is it like somewhere else? That book that he's holding in this little picture right here?
Oh yes, he would actually be holding that, yeah.
Okay. So, valuables in chests and book in hand. Got it.
Yeah. Orrana, for as much fire as filled most of that first class room and a good chunk of this hallway, the stewardess is unburned. Not an ounce of singe across her body. And the wounds look even though this had to have just happened because it is so fresh, the wounds already look infected.
Huh. I'm gonna say out. Ooh. Is anybody around me, or did everyone else go into the room?
I'm still in the room looking at this guy and his stuff. While so.
I'm gonna be like kneeling over and just kind of inspecting the wounds and just very loudly, very interesting, in case anyone's listening.
I think Yamise might be the only one that could be out in the hall with you.
I think Yamise is already on her way to investigate the surrounding areas. She wants to check out both the water closets and go up the hallway as far as she can, at least, to see if there's anybody lurking around.
Okay.
So,
or any other signs of a scuffle.
I'm gonna rip one of the curtains, burnt curtains down off of its little rack. I'm gonna like take the body and kind of like gently lie it down a little more properly and straight and cross her arms and like close her eyes and do like a little thing and then drape the body very, very reverently and like whisper in Draconic something that sounds almost like a promise. And then I'm gonna go see what the others are doing.
Yamise, as you get to the end of the train car, and you guys are, of course, welcome to put your tokens on the actual train and to put them where you would like to go. As you get to the end of the train car, from that water closet, you hear very loud snoring.
I burst in there and I'm like, "What are you doing? Who are you?"
A dwarf who just passed out on the floor of the bathroom just shoots up. You see it like starting to reach for a weapon on his belt, but there's nothing there.
Don't even.
That just puts his fist up.
I'm gonna stroll over. Hey, little guy.
The hell do you want? What? Got
There's been
any
a murder
peace?
and you're in here sleeping.
What? No, there hasn't. Get out of here.
I don't like this guy.
Can I do a check to see if is he drunk?
He reeks of alcohol.
What kinds of alcohol?
Not the good kind, the cheap kind.
Alwyn and I are in the same room, right? We're looking at this guy, the other guy.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna look to Alwyn and see if I can catch their eye. Like, kind of like, he probably could say more kind of thing. Do we want to press him? Trying to indicate that somehow if that actually, I'm just gonna look at Alwyn and if they're not getting that, I'm gonna say it.
If you want an interrogation.
They understand very well. I'm fluent in I speak. And
Leo's not very good at it, but
back.
I'm trying.
They glance back and go like, yes, more interrogation. This old guy, huh?
Yeah, and I'm gonna put my hand on your shoulder and say, "Oh, I realize I don't actually know your name, but I guess we're both doing this. I'm Leo. It's nice to meet you, and I'm gonna give you guidance as well."
Oh, Alwyn, and I extend my hand out as well.
And I'm gonna sit back and look at this guy. What was his name again?
I didn't tell you.
Oh. What's your name?
What's your name?
I asked you first.
I believe you just heard it.
Yeah, we both just said our names.
Are you also hard as... Oh, yeah. Hard of hearing? in your old age?
I'm in the prime of my life. How dare you? Ruckus.
Why?
Sir Ruckus.
Ruckus.
I'm gonna poke a claw into his chest and say, "Hey, don't bite the hands that feed the horses."
Exactly what she said. Exactly what she said.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us what happened here, Ruckus. What actually happened?
Alright. And he, will, move to the door, kind of past you all, and look left and right. I have something in my possession. I believe that they were trying to steal it. I don't believe they're trying to kill me, but when I awoke, thanks to my many magical protections, I was able to stop them. They panicked and fled.
They.
Alright.
Who are they?
I don't know. I saw them for but a moment. I unleashed my fire magics upon them, and they fled.
Wait, are we speaking to the dwarf or for the old guy?
To the old man.
Oh.
Orrana, yeah. They're talking to the old guy. We're talking to the dwarf.
I didn't realize we split
Oh.
It's okay.
We did split the party. We already split the party.
I know, I'm like,
What are we doing?
look, Orrana is very nosy, and every time she hears someone talking, she jogs over. She needs
Speaks
to
her
know the
voice.
truth. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
You see that, from his hands, his night gloves are very much blackened, and, the front and lower part of the nightgown is also singed and blackened a bit. I would be happy to tell you more, but could I at least get changed first?
I'm gonna look at Alwyn.
Why, of course. Our apologies. We are.
You're gonna let him get
no.
changed?
Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to feel uncomfortable in his pajamas, and I look at him.
If you'd like, you can stand there and watch the entire time. I don't care.
Oh, God, no. Ew.
But just let us know when it is all right to come back in. And I step out of the room and close the door behind me, assuming Leo is with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you, but I'm gonna kind of look back, and then I'll go find. Yeah. And I'm gonna kind of put my hand on Alwyn's shoulder, kind of give them a pat, and then walk over to Orrana and. Well, actually, I don't know their names yet, but walk over to the other ones and see what they're up to.
Okay.
I guess I'm
now we'll jump back to Yamise and Orrana as you are interrogating this poor dwarf.
So what did the dwarf say? Because I think I got them confused.
He was basically passed out. As soon as someone burst in, he just reached for a weapon, didn't have one, fists up.
Oh, he hasn't even.
And when you told him about the murder, he basically said, "There's no murder. Get out."
And that's what okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, very suspicious. I see the others coming. We found a straggler.
A drunk straggler.
He smells of really cheap shit.
He'll adjusting the trousers, redoing the belt, which didn't actually fully come off. It just looks like he probably stumbled in and passed out. He starts to just try to push past the two of you.
I'm not gonna let him. Right, I'm gonna square up.
Yeah, he's definitely not.
Where do you think you're going, little one? We have not asked you our questions.
Look, I'm going back to my seat. If you want to ask me questions there, that's fine. I'm not doing it standing in the bathroom.
No, I think you'll stay right there, and I'm like walking up behind. What's your name?
Cora.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry. What was it? Go ahead.
Corif.
Corif. I'm Leo.
Oh, hello,
Hello.
Leo. Nice to meet you.
Oh, hello. Yes, I believe
I'm
we have
Orrana.
not actually Orrana. Okay. We just need to know if you know anything about the dead person out in the hall. That's really all we need to know. So if you could just like let us know. Also, I'm gonna point to Yamise. What's your name? I figure since we're solving, I mean, we're all in here together. Maybe we should know each other's names.
Yamise.
See, now we're all acquainted. We're all friends. So tell us, what do you know?
Wait. You're
We know the other
serious?
one's name.
Actually,
I
dead
look at
body?
Alwyn. And your name.
Is
Was
that
that?
Alwyn?
Oh, Alwyn from down the hallway, because I did not follow Leo, says, I'm Alwyn. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Enchante.
And I continue to stand there, like the standing emoji.
Oh, are you waiting outside the door for?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Smart.
I like that. So you heard nothing. There was a murder, and there was, fireball cast 30 feet from you, and you heard nothing.
No, I may have closed my eyes for a second. Wait, you're serious? There's actually
I'm gonna,
been a
lean
damn
in.
murder.
I don't believe he could have been drunk enough to miss it. This shit smells so bad you can't drink that much.
I'm a heavy sleeper, alright? Sorry that I missed it.
Every bathroom sleeper?
Yeah, apparently tonight I am.
Is this your... Are you in first class?
No.
Then what are you
I'm-
doing using the premium bathroom? I look at Leo. He's not first class, and he's here using the first class bathrooms.
The other bathrooms are full.
No, they weren't.
Alright, they weren't. But, look, the bathrooms are so much nicer up here. Alright?
Can I do an insight check or something?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't believe that he was just happened to be in the first class cabin while this is happening.
22.
And look, you're going to sneak into the first class bathroom. You wouldn't risk falling asleep in there, or else you get caught.
I mean, he was drunk, so sometimes you fall asleep funny places when you're drunk. At least I do. But I got a 22.
Very insightful.
It definitely seems desperate to not be standing here talking to you in the bathroom, but nothing that he said really seems to be overtly false.
You're really worried about talking, I mean, in the bathroom. This is what you're worried about.
My things are back in my chair, alright? And I don't know the people in this train. For all I know, they were gone the moment I stepped away. We'll just go back and check and make sure my stuff's actually still there. I'll be happy to tell you whatever you want to know.
I'm gonna look at Yamise because I feel like you're quite tough. So, and I don't know, I'm just like gonna look at you like, and you're probably in front. I'm like kind of in the back, just shouting at him.
I'm in front with
I'm
my
like-
shield, and I'm like, I've got my shield like half up, and my glaive in the other hand already. Like, I'm just ready at all times to throw down.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at you and
You
just
can
kind
go
of
back
let
to your
you.
chair. Yeah, you can go back to your chair, but I'm coming with you.
That's
I
fine.
wonder if he wants us to leave the area.
If you want the bathroom, you can have it. I don't really care.
Alwyn
right.
from down the hallway kind of yells, but well, more like talking loudly, like, he seems like just some guy. In my personal opinion, there's another one in here. And I, like,
You know,
point to
that's
the old
fair.
man's door.
I mean, it's not like he can go too far, so we can. So if he ends up knowing something, we could find him again. I'm sure.
Are you done
We could-
changing in there? I knock on the door.
Just give me a damned moment.
I'm gonna put my ear up to the room that this. So it looks like there's a bathroom next to each of the rooms, and I'm assuming that bathroom is meant for that room. We haven't been in that second room, the one that the dwarf's bathroom was using. I'm gonna press my ear up to the door and listen.
You would hear the faintest, most delicate singing that you may have ever heard. It is a beautiful feminine voice that is just singing a lullaby to themselves.
How is it that we were able to hear all of this commotion from like 3 carts down, and everyone on this cart seems to be just kind of oblivious? Is that the word? Very suspicious.
There would be the sound of movement, and then footsteps walking towards the door, and it is very gently pulled open, and you would see a tall, black-haired tiefling woman, whose picture I will share with you.
How curvy are her horns?
How about that, Kirby?
Hello. How's it going?
Oh, very
If-
curvy.
If I seem to be ignoring the events, it's because I am. Whatever happened out here is none of my business.
I'm gonna look back at the party and then like point at the dwarf and be like, do not let him out of our sight. And then turn back.
May I make a, what did I roll? An insight check to see if I...
Yeah, go for it.
What she just said. Okay. That is a 18 total.
Her very stern demeanor, the body language, everything about her says that she truly does not care.
I like her.
I'm gonna
You like
take
her?
a whiff from her room, see if I can smell any burnt stuff.
Take a sniff.
Do I have advantage because I breathe fire?
You know what?
So you
Yeah.
smell fun.
I just kind of lean in and go,
Yeah.
just like I
Go
did to
for
the
it.
dwarf. Just
Because you breathe fire, absolutely give you advantage. You got that smoke scent.
yeah, I know what fire smells like. You can't fool me. What would that be? Investigation or
Perception.
Perception. Okay. 17. Yeah.
You get the smell of various flowers, which seems to be the perfume that she's wearing, along with the very faint smell of like burning incense.
Lilacs and crystals. Just kidding. Mommy? Sorry, I just kind of
Mommy?
I lean back a little more satisfied.
Oh, fantastic. There's more of you out here. Look, whenever one of you has the spare time, I could use another bottle of wine.
I will
I
keep
scoff.
that in mind
Pardon?
for later.
wine. It's a...
No, I know what wine is. Look at me. I drink a lot of it. We're not the help. We're a passage.
I could be of help.
I look over at
Are you gonna
Alwyn.
go? Are you gonna go get a wine?
Do you work?
I look at Alwyn, and I'm like,
Don't mind me.
Oh, helpfulness is a very, very, very good trait. As the good book says, pay your healer before you kick down the door.
Yes, I am known to be very
Sure.
helpful.
I'm gonna need
Yes.
a copy of this book you keep quoting. I say to
Oh, are you
Orrana.
interested? I'm actually a missionary of Torm. I would be happy to lend you a copy. I go through and hand her a book. You can have mine. I can get another one back at home. I'd be happy to share.
She's just slowly closing the door in between you.
Fucking weirdos.
I'm gonna let her, but I'm gonna make a mental note of everything. I did not use my eyes. I was more using my nose, so I don't think I caught anything visually, but I did
In
smell stuff.
the crack that the door was opened, you would have seen her bed, the footlockers at the base of the bed, and a small, nightstand that has the burning incense on it. Before she fully closes the door, she'll look at you, Alwyn, and just... and your name, dear?
Oh, Alwyn. Pleasure.
Alwyn.
And yours?
You could call
Give a
me
half bow.
Lady Fentina.
Ventina. That's beautiful.
Thank you. Why don't you grab 2 glasses when you grab that wine?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm going
And then she will fully shut the
to.
door.
I'm gonna walk over
Yes.
to Alwyn and say, if you want to go get that wine, I can watch the geezer over here.
Well, there is still a murder, and I point to the dead body on the floor wrapped up in a curtain.
Yes, I understand.
No,
I
this
mean,
is
I really, truly, yes, I promise you, I'm very happy for the whatever just happened, but I really mean so you can get answers out of this woman in the other room. That's.
Oh, you were so
Yeah,
smart. I
yeah.
was only thinking of one thing pertaining to her.
Yeah, no,
Don't
I mean,
worry, I was
there's
doing the
time
same
for that
thing.
too. I'm sure there's time for that too. Leo, you
She
can
had
see Leo
very,
is
very
getting a little red.
curvaceous horns.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is what
and Leo is just like, anyways, this is very. I'm getting very flushed.
Would you believe this is what a magic college education does to you? And I point to my brain. I will be right back, and I'd like to go back to the snack cart, one cart down, and get some wine and a couple of glasses.
I'm going to stand
Absolutely.
where Alwyn was standing outside the door and bang on it again.
I'm coming. The door opens, and now
Yeah.
you see, dressed in a very ornate, scholarly robe, is Sir Ruckus. Well, are we conversing here in the hallway, or can we at least take a seat?
I'm gonna look at
Yeah.
so Orrana and I don't know why your name just slipped out of my brain. Yamise. Sorry, I don't know why it literally
Yamise.
just went up. Yamise. Yeah, I'm gonna look at you guys just okay, do you want to go in? Or you want to come out here? Or
Scholarly type are not my forte. They seem to butt heads with me on the whole religion thing. It's never good. I'm gonna go after the dwarf that smells like piss and watered down ale.
Hey,
Alright.
You're still here. All right, let's go back to your seat. And I clap him hard on the back. And then I'm gonna go escort him to his chair.
Okay.
All right, I'll go into.
I'm going with Orrana.
Okay.
All right, bye. Thanks for leaving me. And I'm gonna
You
go
got
in
this,
where
Leo.
Sir
You're
Ruckus
so smart. I believe in
is.
you.
Well,
Yay.
I'm gonna suggest, why don't we all go sit down together wherever the dwarf's sitting? We can kind of convene around, grab a couple seats or something,
With
You
Sir
think the old
Ruckus.
man would
and
do
talk
that?
about what's going on. We were all here when it happened. They were here when it happened. We obviously are taking charge of figuring out what's happening. Why not sit down and meld our minds?
I'm awake anyways. It's fine.
I'm gonna grab Dwarfy by the shoulder as he's walking. Not so fast, little guy. Never, we have use for you. And I'm gonna pull him slowly back.
I will escort Sir Ruckus out the door, and I mean, this was for everybody, right? Yamise, like all
Why
of
don't we
us
just
to
do it
sit out
here?
there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the dwarf
'Cause
wanted
the
to go back to
dwarf
his
is
stuff really
desperate
bad.
to get back to his stuff.
So
Well, look,
yes.
first class seat. Sir Ruckus, do you have snacks? Maybe we can offer the gentleman some refreshment so he'll cooperate.
No, it looks like the steward came and took my trolley away. Sorry.
We'll just go where the dwarf seat is at, and we can all sit and chat.
Okay.
Before we
So
do
to
that,
the-
can I just can Yamise poke her head into the next cart up?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not gonna fully investigate. I just want to see if there's anybody in there and check out if they look alarmed or if they're just chilling like everybody else in that cart was.
The hum from this car is almost deafening as you're crossing that barrier into that front car, but when you step inside, it's completely silent. You would see the only individual in this car, the conductor. Well, I will share the image with you now. There you go.
Nice.
He's so spry.
I'm not gonna
Kinda
talk to
dorky
him yet. We
looking.
can come back to him. I just wanted to see if there's anybody else suspicious looking around.
Okay.
All right, following
so
everyone
is
back
everyone-
into the pass cart.
Everyone conveying back in the dining car?
That's
Yeah.
the next one, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
This one right here.
I believe I went in there to get some wine, but seeing that everyone is here already, it came to me. I will stick around for a moment.
Okay. Are you allowing the dwarf to continue with you?
Yes, but I am shadowing him quite obnoxiously.
Big
you would-
dragon woman
Yeah, just
behind this ugh,
I'm like my gait is so much longer than his that I'm walking behind him and swinging my arms with my flail held together like a riding crop and just coming next to his face.
oh, too hungover.
The moment he gets back into that car, he goes over to one of the tables, and you see there is a dark leather satchel there. He immediately just picks it up and just sets it in his lap as he takes a seat, and just very much holds it tight to him.
I'm gonna sit across from him and lean forward and say, "You're going to answer all of their questions. Do you understand?"
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know anything.
smiling. Well, maybe you do, maybe
Um,
you don't. That's why we ask questions. And then I look over at the group.
The other water genasi has now moved to searching the entirety of this train car. and is like crawling under tables, is like moving bags, moving chairs, is just frantically like, oh no, where is it? Where is it? Oh, no.
Hey, does someone want to ask that guy something? He seems distraction. No? Okay, we are interviewing
well, I'm sitting-
dwarf.
I mean, I'm still sitting next to Ruckus, basically. I'm kind of keeping, like, you're babysitting the dwarf, I'm kind of babysitting Sir Ruckus, which I'm going to turn to him and say, it's kind of a silly name, don't you think?
Ruckus, that's
Yeah.
silly to you.
A little bit, I'm not going to lie. I mean, but Leo's a little bit silly, so don't necessarily mean a bad way.
Do you ever
No,
get
it's
people
not a silly
asking if
name.
you live up to your name?
If I live up
Just
to
curious.
Cause a ruckus?
I'm sorry,
it?
I don't know what that means.
A ruckus?
You've never heard
Yes, that's my
the
name.
term.
Ah,
One who causes ruckus spoils the soup. You've never heard that? It's a very common phrase. I'm sure everyone here has heard this.
I definitely
Yamise's
have.
nodding.
See? He's suspicious.
You are very
You
good
must
at
be from
avoiding
different
all
circles.
questions. No, Ruckus, you're just very good at avoiding all questions that we ask you. Really, you don't answer a single one. So,
What would you like to know then?
do you know what ruckus means? Let's start with that one. Can you answer it straight?
It's my name.
But more importantly, the ruckus that your item that you are holding is causing, why is this so important? We aren't necessarily interested in the value, but if somebody was willing to kill over it, several times, I think it would be important to know. See, we are no, common adventurers. We, help people with this sort of thing all of the time, right, guys?
Oh, absolutely.
I give everyone, like,
every
a
day.
agree with me look.
I didn't
Leo's
even
just
catch
like-
your agree with me. Look, I'm just like, absolutely. I am a bona fide hero.
I love her.
Can I get that deception check, please?
Of course.
Can I just roll persuasion? I don't think I'm being I believe what I'm saying with my whole
I
heart.
have nothing in charisma. Let's go.
Oh,
If you want to
no.
assist
a
with
3.
persuasion, because you full-heartedly believe that, then yeah, Alwyn, you can roll again for advantage.
I
Cool.
didn't roll very well. I don't have high charisma. As shocking as that might be, my horns are so
Might-
curvy. You think that'd be at least a +2.
I get it. I got a 13 total. Thank you, Oriana.
Well, the game master privately rolled some dice. Everybody, fucker,
Oh,
You're-
well, you do
anuses.
look the adventuring types, I do suppose. I'm being honest. That is my name. If that means something else where you're from, then I do apologize, but I am unawares.
I
talking about
apologize for the
book?
culture differences.
That's quite all right.
So we're
As
talking
for
about the
what I
thing that
have,
people were, yeah, that.
I have a very peculiar set of skills. There are not many that are legally allowed to practice the magics that I practice. I have a book containing many advanced teachings in this magic. It would be very valuable in the wrong hands.
What sort of magic?
Necromancy.
Oh.
My eyes flicker a little bit, like horrified.
See, Leo's
Yes, I
just
get that
more,
every
just
now
like, Leo's just very like interested. Just thinks it's really cool. Like, they're not taken back. They're just like, oh, yeah, that's okay. I've heard of that before.
Disgusting.
You have your own opinions.
Ugh.
Do you end up using it often, if I may ask?
I have. It helps to speak with the dead at times. It also helps to have soldiers that cannot tire, that do not need food, that can simply defend you at all times. You see.
Mm-mm.
And who
It
needs
is
this
wrong.
defense? You?
Well, clearly I do, because of tonight.
And tell us, who is it that was attacking you, trying to steal your necromancy book?
I do not know.
Wait a
Do you
second.
know what they
If
look
you
like?
said you needed it for tonight, but you used pyromancy to defend yourself, not necromancy.
Well, yes. It's the immediate defensive spell ability. Yes. My mind
Then
slipped
why
to
did you
fire.
just say that tonight you used necromancy to defend yourself? Or
Oh,
that
I
it
meant
was
that
useful?
after tonight, obviously I do need a guard. That's what I meant.
And you do not often carry a guard with you, even though you know there's a magic.
I'm a very skilled magic caster.
Do you have any idea what they might have looked like? When you were dealing with it? I know in those sort of situations it could be a sort of stressful, and you might not be able to catch any details, but
I apologize, but no, it was just a moment. The spell was already being uttered before I was even fully awake and realizing what I was doing. I saw danger and I acted.
So,
I have one question, actually. Leo, you go first, but I have an interesting question for after.
oh, okay. So you said you can speak with the dead, right?
Yes, of course.
So we can go speak to the person that was murdered, and they can tell
Oh,
us what
that is
happened.
very, very, very heretical. I don't think we should do that. That is, you disrespect the dead very much. I start to look really, really uncomfortable at that suggestion.
No.
I'm gonna roll a dice.
If it makes you uncomfortable, I would not. You look very physically terrifying. That is all.
Thank you. That is the kindest thing you've said so far. But I do have a question.
Yes.
You said, so you defended yourself, right? Fire,
Yes.
it just happened in your
Of
sleep.
course.
And then you couldn't stop them from murdering the poor waitress, stewardess. Is that
The
what you said?
stewardess, yes.
You couldn't help it. It was so sad. You couldn't do anything to stop it. It just happened.
Yes, I cast the fire spell, and they fled the room, presumably running into poor Liviana. And
So, could you explain something to me? How did she get stabbed before the fire went off? That's very curious, because you said you were asleep and you cast it in your sleep, and yet her wounds clearly were from before this incident. So, how is that? Did you dream about the past, the future? What is going on here, Mr. Ruckus?
I just don't. I did not see what happened in the hall. I saw
No,
a
but you
figure
said you heard
standing
it. We did
over
not
me.
even mention a dead person outside. You volunteered that information, so you were clearly aware that there was somebody who was dead outside, so you knew. But she
Yes,
was killed
I heard
before.
them.
She was killed before.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I heard a noise. That was it. When I got up, I stared out the door. I saw there was a body. I assumed that it was this would-be assassin running into her.
Can I roll insight? I'm not very good at insight, but
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna roll.
I'm
trying to see if he looks confuddled. Does he look like he's speaking out of both sides of his mouth? Is
Okay,
what I'm.
go for it. What was that, Leo?
Oh, never mind.
Yes.
Oh, that was so exciting! Your horse
Nice.
almost came on.
Um, He definitely seems flustered by the line of questioning. And there's points where his words start stumbling over each other, maybe starts backtracking a little bit in what he's saying. Definitely trying to stick to the story that he originally told, and just isn't necessarily doing the greatest of jobs.
Okay. I'm gonna let him start to explain himself, but my line of questioning has ended. I'm just like, but I'm smiling at him, like, with this awful serpentine face.
Leo, you were saying something?
Me?
Yeah, I think I cut you
yeah.
off at one point.
No, it's okay. I'll just wait till he's done explaining, and then I would like to say something.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Oh, just after he's done explaining, because I have an idea. I think he's innocent, but I'll wait till he explains himself, I guess. So.
Yeah, his account is basically that someone broke into the room.
He already did then?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn to kind of like, can I like motion everybody kind of away, like to another table or something like that?
Huddle.
Yeah, like a little.
Leo gestures, and then Alwyn, brings in the
Yeah,
huddle.
definitely. We're like
My horn's set in one of your faces, and I'm just like, oh.
Ouch.
I think he may be innocent because his reaction to speak with the dead. If he's willing to do it, but he killed somebody, I mean, like, you wouldn't
Except
want to
he
talk to
seemed-
someone you killed, right?
He seemed super eager. When I said that I was uncomfortable with it, he was like, "Oh yeah, I would never. Oh, of course, no."
I don't know.
I
I think
think
that could be. Yeah, go ahead.
I think he has the balls to summon the dead, but not make the dead, if that makes sense. I mean, he doesn't want to fight people himself. He wants other people to do it for him. What a coward.
I'm just saying, if we, I mean, it's kind of true, but I'm just saying, if he's willing to do it, it seems a little like, why would you want to summon, like, talk to someone that you killed? They're probably going to say it was you.
Maybe
So,
he knows
Leo, I
how
think it's a really
to
good
trick
idea.
the dead into saying what he wants them to say.
Is that how
As some
necromancy
kind of-
works?
You can't ever trust a skeleton.
Necromancy is-
Who said that? Is that in your book, Orrana? That you can't never trust a
What?
skeleton?
I didn't say that. Alwyn said that.
That
Alwyn?
was me, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You
Look,
just, you meet,
the book-
meet a
the
few
good book
skeletons in your
says-
life, and
The good book says visions without action are moldy cheese. It says nothing of skeletons.
Leo is very confused. Right.
It's a good
So,
one. You'll
okay.
find
Well,
it
I
on
think
chapter 4.
he's.
I flipped to chapter
don't think
4
he
in the
did
book.
anything.
It says something completely different. Like, I've clearly misremembered.
No.
Yeah, I don't think it was him. But I mean, unless you'll think something different. So
Maybe he's
No,
not
I
the
think
one
that's a
that
really
drew the
good point,
dagger.
Leo. But
You
he
know,
could be an
we-
accomplice.
he could be. We don't even really. We just learned her name. We don't know anything about
Olive-
the passenger.
She wasn't a passenger. She looked like she was wearing a name tag and like a uniform like that lady. I point at,
Well,
like, someone
maybe
else
we
who
need to
is-
find more about who she was at some point.
Yes.
So
See,
you know.
this is why you do the interviewing. You guys are smart.
The other water genasi just has kind of been creeping closer and just like, yeah.
I'm
hi.
gonna slap my hand down and look at him and say, "All right, what are you looking for?" Jeez, deal.
So sorry. You wouldn't happen to have seen just a little book, would you have?
I gave it to her, and I point to Yamise.
I hand him the book.
Not that kind of book. No. It's about this big. It has my picture and name on it.
Can I make a perception check to look around the room for a little book?
What is your name, sir?
Can I? I'll assist you, Alwyn, so you can have advantage. By the way.
Haha, cool. Well, that's a 23.
Okay. Go.
I show you the artwork.
He looks
Mo.
funky.
It looks very watery.
I believe they call it a passport. I need it to.
You're
I'm
missing
on
your badge.
official diplomatic business. Yes, I can't do that without my passport.
Diplomat. Do you know a lady, Fontina?
Oh yes, she's quite terrifying. I've done my best to avoid her.
Do you know a Sir Ruckus?
That individual down there at the other end of the cart.
Yeah.
Met him once or twice. It's very rude.
Who are you a diplomat for?
It's nowhere near here. I'm sorry. I don't exactly know any of you. I don't know that I should be sharing any information like that.
Apologies.
But you've been listening to our conversation. I mean, how long are you standing there outside our huddle?
I didn't mean to. I just you've just been moving so quick and from cart to cart, and I just wanted to catch you before you left again.
To help you find your passport.
To help us find your passport.
Oh, just in case you've seen it, not to help me look or anything. Speaking of looking, just a quick glance around the carts. It doesn't look like there's much that hasn't been overturned by this individual. You don't immediately see anything that would match that description.
Is it possible it was stolen?
You think it was stolen? Oh gods.
The diplomat
No,
passport seems quite valuable, and there are thieves on this cart, according to Ruckus.
Perhaps I should speak with the steward and see if anyone maybe turned it in?
I guess I would start there, but I doubt that will be fruitful. I say to I would like to know what the dwarf, and I kind of like nod over to where they're sitting, has in his bag. I'd also like to talk to the conductor of the train to see if he heard anything. I don't know about this passport business. I'll look on the way, like to see if we find it, but I'm not gonna like hunt for it.
Who else is in the huddle?
Sorry.
We huddling still?
I mean, we're probably a little broken up because this guy interrupted.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Is there an employee nearby? Any train staff?
The steward is still sitting there, still in a bit of a state of shock.
Is there anyone around not traumatized?
No.
Dang it. Well, I'm going to take the gentleman in front of me and stand in front of the staff and inform them that their passport is missing. Sorry, it may be a bad time, but if there's somebody with a passport, that looks like this person, and it is not that person, then it is a stolen passport, I think.
Passport. My friend has been murdered in the next car, and you're worried about a passport.
Well, I mean, if the murderer had stolen a passport, that's my line of thinking anyway. I'm so sorry for your loss. Sorry. And I walk away.
I'm gonna go up to them though. So tell us about this stewardess. Tell us about your friend.
Liviana, she's absolutely the nicest. I don't know why anyone would do this.
How long has she worked on the train?
A little longer than I have, maybe 5-6 years.
All right. Can you give me anything else that I need to know about?
Did she
her?
have any enemies?
Lovers,
not.
friends,
Ex-lovers. With a vengeance, perhaps.
You know, the good book says it is better to have loved than to have lost your keys.
Or passport.
You know, I actually agree with that one. Probably.
It's a very
no.
important saying.
I mean, her family's lesser nobility. They might have enemies, but Liviana is just the nicest. No.
Did she seem nervous or anything like that before this? Who found her like that? Did you find her?
I did. Yeah.
And what did you do?
I ran for help.
Were you the one who discovered her?
Yeah, I ran into this cart. I started to scream to wake people up. I ran to the next cart. I guess I was still screaming, but there was no one in there, and I guess I panicked.
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm not using this cool 3D.
No, you're fine.
Let's see. Insight is 22.
Oh, yeah.
You're so insightful.
No, it seems
I've got
to
a
be-
really high. Yeah.
That's why I'm so impressed. I've got like -1.
No, his account of the event seems to be true. Everything he's saying seems to be honest.
All right.
And what is your name, sir? Sorry for calling the woman earlier. Humanoids that do not have dragon faces all look the same to me. I get them confused a lot.
It's fine. Kaylin.
Kaylin. And you said you've known Liviana? What was her name?
Liviana, yes. Liviana.
Oh, you've known her for a few years?
Yes, since we both started working for the train.
And her family is of a lesser noble birth? And what of your family? Are you also lesser noble birth?
Oh, no. Just, got the job by luck, I guess.
All right. I'm gonna look at Yamise. Oh, perfect. So, by the way, for those that are watching, there's a bit of a lag, I think, and so, anyways, there's like weird pauses that we all enter in on. Yamise, I'm just gonna look at you because I know you wanted to go to the conductor, so I'll just follow you wherever you're going.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of push past the water genasi. What was his name? Caleb? No.
Mall.
something.
Well,
Thank you. And kind of look at the dwarf man and say, "You drunkard, what have you in that satchel?"
Damn business is what I got in there.
You don't. I'm gonna stomp the end of my glaive on the
Yamise! I
ground.
lean in and whisper, Yamise, when lemons give you life, the knives come out to play. You got this.
I pat her on the back.
I'm gonna slam the hilt of my glaive down on the ground and lean in and say, "You don't understand. There has been a murder on this train. What is in your bag?" And I'm gonna try to do an intimidation check.
Go for it.
Can I assist with my...
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, you get advantage because I'm giving you help. I'm like squaring up.
Sweet, thank you. Yeah. We're squaring up. All right.
We both have shields too, I
intimidation.
think. So we can make ourselves look even
Yep.
bigger.
Okay, 17.
He just kind of leans back in the seat, still very much clutching the bag. In what you think? You think my bag that was nowhere near me when you found me had anything to do with it?
Yes.
I've got my eye on you.
Great.
Do you all... I look at the group. Do you all... There was a conductor in the first car. Perhaps he heard something. He was only a car away when the murder happened.
Yeah, we should probably go check that
Should
out.
never talk to him.
I'm gonna, while we're walking, once we're out of earshot of everyone, I'm gonna like lean in and be like, you know, Ruckus did say they. Though we have not asked him to identify yet, it seems to insinuate that there's a lot of people involved in this.
Or he didn't know.
And what
Or
I
he just
mean
didn't
is,
know the gender.
usually, when I imagine a train heist, there's usually lots of moving parts and suspicious people all who pretend like they don't know each other, but they actually know each other.
that could.
I mean,
be
it could be the whole
possibility.
goddamn train.
You know, when one door shuts, you open a can of worms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of
It
course.
know what
seems
I'm
like.
saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alwyn?
That seems like what it seems to be right now. Sorry if there's lag.
DM, while we're
Yes.
exiting, I would like to do a sleight of hand to see if I can steal the bag from the dwarf.
Oh my
Ooh.
god. He's like clutching it to his chest.
He has
I
a
know, it'd be...
tight
He has
chest.
not... He's not put it down at all.
Ooh.
That's
That
my
has
Is there any
not
way
purse.
we
I
done
could
don't know
cause
you.
this distraction?
That'd probably
If
be very hard.
one of you wants to
Stab
roll
him.
for a distraction, and you want to roll sleight of hand, so the DC is pretty dang high.
What would a distraction roll be?
Like
That depends what you want to do.
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
true.
I'm very loud and obnoxious, so there's lots that I could do. But I want to hear what the others can concoct.
I was
Would everyone like a round on me? It's been quite the evening. And I like.
Leo's like, oh, me!
Absolutely. I will.
I'm gonna start drinking. I'm gonna start drinking every single cup that I find on the tables, and kind of
Oh.
throwing them.
I
You
take
can't
this
just
as
make
a
jungle
challenge,
juice
and
in
I
your
forget that
stomach.
we're doing a bit. So I'm gonna actually start trying to just compete with you. And no, there's some over here. I can drink faster.
Okay. Alwyn, if you would like to make a persuasion check, and Leo, your sleight of hand
Okay.
check.
Okay. Oh, dang it! I did not roll very well.
Damn. I have nothing in charisma, by the way. I went to college, like, I'm book smart, nothing else.
Yeah, no, I
What'd you
got a
get,
10.
Leo?
So
Okay.
no, that's not gonna work. Dang it.
Yeah, like just clutching the bag as soon as there's like noise and commotion, you see just he tightens the grip.
I'm going to do something really rude. And I'm just gonna just grab it and rip it out of his hands and just look. And then if I don't see anything important, I'm just gonna throw it back at him. Can I make an
Yeah, I'll give you contested athletics checks.
Sure. I just am getting frustrated and impatient and feeling like, ooh, that's gonna
Can
be
you hand it
tough.
to me after you're done?
Sure. Well, let me try. No.
Damn!
Nice.
The bag is promptly
I'm just like,
ripped
give
from
it
his
to me.
grasp.
I just toss
Hey,
it
hey,
over to you guys.
No,
I
you
say,
don't.
I'll give it back to you in a second. I just want to see something.
Come on.
We just look.
Staring
This feels like-
inside. I'm gonna send you a private message.
Ooh.
Leo, you're looking in the bag, right?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna look up. There's nothing in here.
What was it?
Alright. Bunch of rocks.
Yeah, they're important rocks, alright? You don't even know what those are worth.
You are such a dwarf. Here, let me give it back to him.
Sorry about that.
Stereotypes.
I'm gonna hand
Rihanna.
him back and just kind of like brush him off, like fix his, like, you're fine, you're fine.
Just takes it back in a huff and is now just glaring at you all.
Thank you.
See what-
I glare back.
Who
As
carries
we're
rocks on
walking
a
through the-
train?
As we're walking through the train car with the dead body in it, I do want to stop and uncover her and look at her wounds more carefully because I didn't get to do that the first time, and I just want to check to see like what's up, like how she died and that kind of thing. Do I see from before? Like I know that I heard this, like I overheard you say this to I think Orrana, that the wounds are infected. Are they like even more infected now?
I wouldn't say more infected. I would say that probably the point of impact had some kind of necrotic damage to it, and that it
I see.
It immediately took hold, but didn't like spread.
I see. Interesting. And then I'll gently place the curtain back over top of her.
I don't see what you're looking for, but I noticed you peeking around the curtain, so just kind of like watch to make sure you put it back on right.
Okay.
And then I point at the book and I go, book.
Yamise is not a very good reader, by the way. So she might
Before we
Neither
misinterpret
is
some of the
Orrana.
passages.
You're
we
gonna
get to
start saying him
the,
just like I do.
the engine, why don't we just take a quick break, give everyone a chance to get something to drink, stretch your legs, and we'll be right back. there was something that I meant to mention at the top of the stream, but forgot because I was so excited to get into it. Every one of our lovely characters here has a hidden motive, a secret agenda that they are trying to accomplish by the end of the game. So, maybe we'll get to see some more telling actions out of everyone as to what their secret agenda
I don't know
might
what
be.
you're talking about. I have been 100% honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everyone has totally been honest. No one has lied about anything at all.
Could never.
Lying is dishonorable, and patience is a vulture.
Patience is a vulture.
But yes, you all are welcome to pass back through the first class car and towards the engine of the train.
If Alwyn wants to bring the wine so that on the way back through from the conductor's cart, we can stop by with the wine and be like, "You got any news for us, singing lady?" And then we can go all the way back to the back of the train.
I was about to say I knock on. I forgot. Fantina. Yeah, I was gonna say Fanta.
That's how I remembered her name, if I'm being honest.
Don't you want us? I knock on
Apparently
her door.
they do.
Haha.
It would be a brief moment of you would hear more of that gentle singing, and then it would cut. The door opens just a few inches. Oh, it's you.
I have my two glasses in one hand and the bottle in the other.
Do come in. You can set it on the table there. Oh,
I do so.
All here. Oh,
I look back at them.
Oh, so should we leave you, or should we come in?
Across my horns.
Should we go? Should we? Oh, is this?
I look
this
at
a private thing?
I look at Miss Fantina like, well.
If you
what
are
are we?
all... if you are insistent
You're going
on
too
being
fast. You're going too fast. Feel the back. Feel the back.
investigators, then do what you will. But if you wish to stay, I wouldn't mind the company for the evening.
Okay. I'm like, come on, everyone.
So are we like all third wheels in this?
Yes.
Like third
yes,
and
you are.
fourth and fifth.
Yes.
Oh, they are.
I'll try and be.
I call fifth.
Hey,
I'm glad you have an audience.
Really fun party.
Wow. So, have you found the murderer yet? Are we safe? Tucked in our beds?
No. That's why we came back to speak with you, Miss. If you could tell us anything about last night. I know you were trying your hardest to mind your own business. However, I just wanted to know when you heard the screaming and when you had heard the flames, or maybe you could feel some heat seeping into your room. And I would like to take one of the glasses and pour some wine in it and hand it to her after I'm done speaking.
She just holds her palm out, like her hand out, palm up to you, and even just like being close to her skin, you can feel heat radiating off of it, probably from her tiefling heritage.
Sheesh.
Well, I did hear a explosion. I assume that's the fire you're speaking of. I didn't hear a scream until when not long before all of you showed up.
So it was definitely after the explosion?
Well, yes, the steward has a very distinct voice. He was crying for help and something. I don't.
Interesting.
Oh, are you
And
asking if I heard a scream from the stewardess?
yes.
No, I did not.
So you don't know if it was before or after the explosion?
No, I would assume it would be after, but I have not left the room, so I do not know.
Am I crazy? I, for some reason, it's definitely believed that these wounds were inflicted before explosion. Did I misread this? Do I have egg on my face?
Her body had absolutely no sign of fire. She was not present when that fire went off.
Oh.
While they're talking, can I do a
Oh.
perception check?
Absolutely.
Okay. I guess I'll use these.
Are you trying to be very sneaky when you look around, or just overtly looking around the room?
Probably. Probably a little sneaky.
If you want to roll stealth too, go for it.
I'm not good with stealth, but okay.
After she does that, I have a question for her.
Yeah.
I'll wait
I
till
don't know
she's
how. Okay, so stealth and then
Perception.
perception, right? Okay. So I have disadvantage on stealth. Just letting everybody know here.
You can just flat roll it, because
Okay.
the armor would affect your ability to look around.
Oh, I got. I forgot to add I got a 4.
Okay.
But my perception.
You're
I already don't like these. That's why I use physical dice. Okay, let's try this again. Oh! I got a natural 1! Alright. I am going back to physical dice. Okay.
Even as you start looking around, she just locks eyes with you immediately, like, don't eyeball my stuff. Don't you do it.
As I noticed this happening, so I'm going to cut in to try to distract her and pull her back to me. And I go, you said the steward has a very distinct voice. Are you acquainted with the steward?
If by that you mean, has he been by my room many times to bring me food and drink, then yes. Do I know him personally? No. Leo, if you would like to roll your perception again, as she is being distracted.
And can I roll an insight as to her answer of not knowing him very well?
Yes. Absolutely.
Alright. I'm using a physical die, just letting everybody know.
Oh, God damn it, I rolled the...
I got a dirty 20.
Ooh. Okay. She does seem to have a little bit of disdain for people that aren't quite of her wealth, and that's not really something that she even attempts to hide, and it seems like genuine disdain. There are a number of books or pieces of parchment, some pieces of paper that are sticking out just barely from underneath her bed that looks like it may have just kind of been pushed under there. And the lock on her chest is off and just lying on the floor. Were you looking for anything else specifically? Okay.
No, there's no like daggers or stabby things, weapons.
Horns?
Oh, I guess that's true.
Is her horns dipped in necrotic energy?
Well, if I had not planned on having quite so much company this evening, um, perhaps it's best if I do try to get some sleep before arrival. I would hate to look tired.
Yes, that would be awful.
And we would hate to inconvenience you.
And you know, as the good
Really?
book says, it is always darkest before the mole crosses the river.
What book says that?
Oh, the
This
book
one.
of that one. That's the book. Very
That's-
holy text.
It's a tad nonsensical, isn't it?
As she says that, my eyes start to like flash very dangerously, and I like reach for my flap. I'm sorry, scusi.
Well, perhaps it's just where I'm from. Don't mind me.
Can I do a sleight of hand check to see if I can open the chest that is unlocked? Just like flip it open.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Can she have advantage because I'm looking very menacingly at the table?
Absolutely.
I will take that advantage. Oh, very good. 19.
Oh, yeah. Just kind of nudge with your foot. The locker flips up and kind of rests against the base of the bed. You would see some very beautiful robes. In fact, would you give me another perception check, please?
17.
You would see the edge of a small leather scabbard.
I'm going to. Well, actually.
Alwyn shoots Leo a look. Like,
I know.
what y'all doing over there?
I'm gonna look at Alwyn, and I want you to see if it's magical at all, but I don't know how to indicate that to you. So,
Alwyn is fluent in eye speech, don't you remember?
oh, of course, I'm gonna
Doing like a.
I'm gonna look at you, and then look at the scabbard and magic. Detect.
Alwyn,
Oh.
would you
And
make an insight check for me?
Okay, I was about to say.
This means magic.
17.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then I would like to cast what the hell is it? Detect magic again. And yeah, there we go. Boop.
Do you have the subtle spell, Meta Magic?
No, I don't think so.
Usually casting is very obvious.
I sneeze. To try to cover. Can I roll like deception? I don't know.
With Orrana and her currently having this stare down, I'll say you're able to get it off without
Somebody
her
needs a
noticing.
little righteous spanking.
There is absolutely.
Excuse me. Sorry,
I
go
just blew
ahead.
past that, didn't I?
The nuns at my school were very, very enforceful.
Mother, apologies. Mother, apologies.
Sorry. There's absolutely necrotic magics coming from that chest.
All right, I'm gonna yank it out. Oh wait, you didn't tell me that. Sorry.
After my stupid little magic sneeze, I look at the chest, and I look at Leo, and I do the... Where did you get that? Do you just have a whip on hand?
Yeah. I am a dungeon mistress.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I also have a whip, but
Not
do
the sexy
Catwoman.
kind,
Anyways,
the D&D kind, but this is for the players when they get out of hand.
that is the
Nice.
sexy kind. Anyways, I'm gonna grab the scabbard, the sword, whatever it is.
The blade that you pull out is maybe only 7 or 8 inches long, but it is the curved blade that you can kind of see through the hilt. And the top of it is just this dark, almost black leather that wraps around very similarly dark steel. Assuming that was just like I reach out and grab it and not so much as like trying to do it sneaky.
No, I'm
She would-
literally gonna like reach out, grab it, and like probably point it right at her. Like, what is this?
As soon as like she sees the movement, immediately turn to face you, stares down at the dagger. What? A lady can't have protection? You saw what just happened in the other room?
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. I don't know. what
Not
this is.
everyone's protection has necrotic energy radiating out of it. Not
And
to...
does it?
according to, who was it? Orrana? Who discovered it? There was like necrotic damage on the wounds, right?
I think that was
I think it was
Yamise.
Orrana. Was it?
Yeah, it was.
I
Orrana
just saw
originally,
wounds, but I
Yamise-
didn't identify it as
Yamise-
magical necrotic. I thought it was just natural decay.
Yeah,
making the
Yamise,
wounds
and I'm
older.
gonna like look at her. I mean, there was necrotic damage on those wounds, wasn't there?
I believe so. I am not well versed in this magics, but
I'm as shocked as you are. It was just a very ornate dagger.
Insight check.
Go for it.
can I give advantage somehow? I don't know how I would do that though.
You could also roll if you'd like.
Okay, I would like to.
I got a 16, just letting you know.
Oh, I have a -2 to insight. Oops.
See,
I got
natural
a
20.
0.
Wait, I have a +2 to insight. Hang on. Oh, but I'm not the
Damn.
one doing the questioning.
No, it's
I
fine.
had a
You're
plus 7, so
you're observing this just the same as anyone else is.
All right. Well, I got a crappy roll. I got 11. I'm very,
It's-
very just offended.
It's
This.
not
I used to
too
like this.
difficult to see that it is very much feigned ignorance of. Oh, I had no idea. Oh, dear me.
I'm gonna just say
Hmm,
slyly, you know the stewards more than you let on.
Uh,
You say he's come visit you many times.
Not like that.
Are you sure?
But yes, we have had conversations. He's an inquisitive individual, but has nothing more than conversations. Could I have my knife back, please?
No.
No, not at all.
I mean, you obviously
No.
have some explaining to do.
You know Liviana, do you not?
I know of Liviana.
She is
She-
noble.
Perhaps I did not act noble. You don't think that I killed her? That's ridiculous.
Literally, there's no evidence to support that you didn't. All the evidence points to you. currently. I mean, and then we know that you're like pretending to not know. So like, duh, we think you did it.
Yes. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
May I make like an investigation check to just like root around her room while she's being interrogated? Because now we're just going through her shit, so.
I mean, there isn't really much other than the chest, which just has a few sets of very ornate robes. It has a few pouches with, like, journals, like diary type books, pouches of coins, very, very nice jewelry that's kind of been tucked away at the bottom, as well as all of the papers and books that were hastily kicked under the bed.
That's what I was thinking about, were the papers. May I just like and read them?
At this point,
You
I'm gonna
absolutely
like make
get a
sure the
glare
door is
from her.
closed, and I'm gonna stand in front of the door so no one can come in or out, and just.
Yes, by all means, just go through my things.
Mm-hmm.
You heard the lady. You got consent. Go through everything.
She is, unless stopped, will just grab the wine and a glass and is just going to sit on the couch.
Hey, and as she does that, I'm gonna put like my hand up and I'm like, hey, don't count your chickens before the butter.
Oh, I'll try not to. Would for reading the book, would you make me a religion check?
Me?
Whoever's reading the book. Whoever wants to go look over the book, anyways.
Oh, does it look like a religious book?
It very much does.
Wait,
That's,
what book are we talking about?
uh,
Sorry.
I'm gonna perk up at it. So once you're done doing what you do,
I'm sorry, Yamise, what was your question?
What book are we talking about? I heard that there were papers shoved under the. Are we talking about the book? Is it a book of of things
Yeah.
under under the bed?
There's
Okay.
like a lot of loose papers that were basically closed in the book very hastily, and then it was
Gotcha.
just pushed under the bed.
Okay, gotcha.
Were you gonna say something earlier, Yamise?
No, just that I wanted to stand intimidatingly in front of the woman before she decided that she was gonna let us root through her stuff.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
do like
I
an
think that's
insight check
great.
on Yamise to see how intimidating she's being, and if I need to like up my intimidation a little bit.
Go for it.
How, is she very intimidating? Do I need to? I'm like, oh, she's.
I'll roll an intimidation check. I got a
Go for it.
25.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm gonna be like,
Go off.
oh, she's so intimidating.
It's the only thing I'm good at.
I'm
She's
literally
so
gonna-
intimidating.
I'm gonna like hand the sword over to you, because you just look like you should be holding it, not me.
Okay.
Like the
I
dagger.
take it in my hand and I look it over. Yeah.
Okay. I believe that this would be considered a Chris dagger. That kind of wavy, like snake
Yeah.
pattern.
Okay. Alwyn was definitely looking at the book. Yeah.
Yeah. That a 15 religion?
Yeah.
There's a symbol on the front that you don't immediately recognize. But all of the papers and everything inside, it seems to all talk about a day called Dead Winter, which is like basically smack dab in the middle of midwinter. It's a holiday that's not really celebrated by very many people, and certainly by no one good.
Would I know have any details on this being a monastic religious person?
If you would like to make a religion check, go for it.
I show Orrana the papers since Yeah, that was better.
I look at it. What do I make of it? My deity is good, lawful good.
Okay. This would be a symbol of the god.
Oh no.
No,
What did you say?
What a cliffhanger!
we'll
Wait,
never know.
Yeah.
It is the
Oh.
symbol of a god.
I'm back.
You're back.
Everything's
Is
froze.
it the symbol of a god?
Mini heart attack. A symbol of the god Loviatar.
Do I know this god? Would I?
The kind of appropriately for the evening, named the Maiden of Pain, or the Willing Whip. God of willing torture, and we'll say that.
Well, that's interesting because
What?
I think self-sacrifice is in the portfolio of my god, but they're good. But this is like a darker version. Okay, I'm trying to decide how I feel about this.
Suddenly, Alwyn is religious.
Why need to bring it up? Who wants to?
There's-
I'm like, how can I join that religion?
Today?
Specifically, Dead Winter it marks the celebration of the rite of pain and purity by people who follow Loviatar.
Oh. Alright, so I'll say, like, I know this deity. They are fanatical. You think I am religious. They're cuckoo.
I beg your pardon.
Look, no offense. We all have our ways to worship, but you're absolutely out of your mind.
Alright,
Don't-
so what
they
does
think
that
the
have to
same
do
thing
with the
of me.
murder? Okay, but like, did she stab somebody because of
Oh,
it?
I don't know.
Or-
This is like, look, Yamise has my book. This is her book. She probably has some weird proverbs in here, and I
What
don't know how to
languages do
read
you
very
know?
well, so I know Draconic, I know Primordial, I know Common, and I know Dwarvish.
It is just a bunch of gibberish.
Ah, it says here that pie is best eaten on a Sunday after tea.
Does it say?
I'm
Does
here-
it say in there murder a random person or murder stewardess named Liviana?
I
look at
just
my
see
blade.
the words Liviona written here. Specifically Liviona, it's weird.
You do not.
Yes.
Look at the blade. Look, pull it out. Is there any blood on it? No, there is not.
Well,
That doesn't mean you
prove
didn't
anything,
claim
I don't
it.
think. Hey,
Young
look, a
children
bird in
learn
the
the
hand
spell
has no
prestidigitation.
keys.
What?
What?
She said that even children learn the spell prestidigitation.
Oh,
Exactly. I
so-
know that one, so it's really not that hard.
I have not left my room this entirety of the evening. My blade was tucked away safely. I wanted nothing to do with this. You all made me part of this. This seems like your fault. I have done nothing.
So why was the chest open then? Because I didn't unlock it. It was already unlocked.
Because I was reading through my book. I like to
Your book
read
was under the
before I go
bed.
to bed.
Your book was under the
Yes,
bed.
people don't understand my religion.
Because
Okay,
you're
no,
all
but
Try
your
not
book was
to.
un- But your book was under the bed, and the chest. So it was not in the chest. So why would the chest be open when your book was stuffed under the bed?
Because it was in the chest. I took it out, sat on the bed to read, heard the knock, tucked it under the bed, assuming that it was, and looks over at Alwyn. And I did not want to scare them off. All right?
Real quick, can we get a huddle? So, I just think I ought to point out the body is in very close proximity to the flames, but there are no burn marks. So the body died before it was moved.
Yeah, I
There.
think she stabbed her.
Huh.
I mean, there's really
Right,
no other.
So she says I was never out of my room. What if the Liviana was in here serving cocktails and she's like, Noble, you're serving me, I'm better, Noble. And I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure there's lots of reasons to stab a person. Or maybe, unless
Probably.
it's a noble thing, I don't know.
I
But-
still think the steward has something to do with this. They're so close. Oh, he was the first one to find the body.
I don't know, Alwyn, do you think that Miss... I can't remember her name. Whatever her name is lying? Or do you think she's telling the truth?
I think she might be telling the truth, and I think we may have been a little bit invasive.
Are you saying that just because you're horny for her? No pun intended, she's beautiful horns.
I was about to say I do not have horns on the top of my head, but
No, but she
no,
does. And they're very
I
nice.
think my chances have been shot to high hell after this, but
Sorry.
that is all right.
Hey, look, the
Um,
dragon is always greener after the dawn.
I think it would be worth talking to more of the staff. I mean, perhaps the conductor or
I
the
think
next cart
that's-
over.
I think that's fair, but it just seems to me like, why would you have a weapon that deals the same sort of damage that has been dealt to the body? And also, I feel like we know she's not being straight with us, right? Like, she's treating us like we're stupid. So I just feel like there's got
Have you
to
ever-
be... I
Have
don't
you
know.
ever met a rich person before? They're all like that. But it is a bit much. I would like to take the book from Orrana and close it and set it on the bed. Like shove the papers back in neatly.
Well,
Does that
I'm
mean
not
we're
giving back
done?
the dagger. Yeah, I'm not
No,
giving back your dagger, though.
We are keeping that.
Oh?
Yes.
Exactly.
Fine.
We should come.
Keep it.
If we find no one else with a Necronoma knife, I think we can make a fair assumption after our interrogations.
Exactly. Guilty until proven innocent.
No. Now I'm
Oh,
questioning
that's not how it
everything.
works. I might have gone that one confused.
No, I'm questioning.
Well, I'm not leaving my room, so when you find the real killer, I will be expecting my knife back and an apology.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
I would like to open the door.
Oh, excuse
Like-
me. I'll let you through.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I'm gonna, like,
Can I get some
Scooby-Doo,
peace
yeah.
and privacy?
I'm gonna turn to Yamise and say, we're not giving the dagger back.
I am definitely not giving the dagger back. Don't worry.
Alright, I'll follow
This is mine now.
whoever's leading.
The conductor, yes?
Okay.
Is that who we want to go see?
Yes.
I'll move you guys all over. Oops, not in there.
For some reason, Foundry's not letting me like zoom out. Like I can only zoom in to
Oh.
Weird.
Foundry. So
if
I'm
that's
like
happening,
really
you might have to
zoomed in.
refresh your browser. Refresh your
okay.
browser. If
True, true,
sometimes
Yep.
things bug out with it, you have to do that.
Yeah. You would all, as you start to enter the engine of the train, you would also hear that extremely loud humming of the engine as the arcane magics power the entirety of this vessel. But the moment you step inside and shut the door, it is dead silent. You can't hear a thing.
I wonder if he's even aware there was a commotion. You can't hear anything in here. The sound treatment is wonderful. You could record an entire boy band in here perfectly.
Tell me
Wait,
why.
Someone, sorry, cabin's off limits to passengers. Gotta ask you to go back to your seats.
I'm gonna start
are you
already
not
squaring.
aware? Are you not aware that you are understaffed?
Well, yeah, of course I know that. Been understaffed for a long time.
Oh no, I mean somebody had died. Sorry.
I'm sorry, someone has died.
Yeah, somebody was murdered just in the cart back. I don't assume that you heard anything, being that I can't hear anything in here either, but that's no one has come to talk to you yet?
No, he
Not
must
even
be
your own
guilty.
steward?
Usually he'd come by with any information like that. Are they all right? Viviana and Kaylin.
Wait,
I-
you said Liviana. We did not mention any names.
Well, yes,
He's
they're
the conductor
my
of the
steward
train.
and my stewardess.
I mean, but how many
They-
stewards are there on? Like only the two? Is that it? I thought there would be a whole. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I thought there was like, you really are understaffed. You should look into that.
Yeah.
You just lost 50% of your staff.
Yeah.
What's happened?
She Liviana had passed away, and she was stabbed a number of times in the chest with a knife.
Oh, gods.
And then the murderer tried to attack another passenger on the train. Being that we are capable of, investigating this sort of thing, we kind of took the lead on it. I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all. Oh,
They're so
and
polite.
the other passenger, they're all right then.
Yeah, although it did spook him quite a bit, I think.
I'm sorry. I can't leave the engines. If something were to happen, we'd be stranded out here.
Can you tell me? Wait, what was the steward's name? Calith?
Liviana or Caleb.
No,
Sorry.
Caleb.
Kaylin.
Did Liviana and Kaylin? How close were they?
As good of friends as anyone could be, I guess. Worked together for
They're very
ever.
close.
Yeah,
Were they romantic?
I'd say so. No. Kaylin's quite a few years older than Viviana was.
That never stopped
Sorry.
nobody, but go on.
I just can't believe it. Did you find who did it yet?
No. So they were close friends. Did they ever fight about anything recently?
Not that I know of. They always got along. That's why we put them on the shift together.
Does Liviana have any lovers?
Oh, I wouldn't know that. We tried to keep our conversations more or less professional.
Can
I
I,
look back at the
while
group.
they're
No one.
talking, I would like to make a perception check.
Mhm.
I want to look for two things, if possible. I want to see if they're, like, his clothes are singed at all.
Okay.
Any
Um,
indication that he's been around fire or anything like that? And also looking around the room for any sort of items.
Okay, go for it.
Eh. 12?
I
No.
want to roll to
His
see
suit.
if I just notice her looking for things in this weird, suspicious way.
Yeah.
I
no,
guess that
his
would
uniform is perfectly pressed and cleaned. Not a speck out of place.
And items around the
Um,
room?
I mean, there's any number of like arcane, like control panels and whatnot. You do see what's probably his own like personal pack, kind of like partially open and just leaning against the corner of the room. There is a short sword that's like leaning up next to it, um, as well as a pouch like tied to the side of it that looks very much like a money satchel.
Can I make a sleight of hand? For...
Yeah.
Okay. For the things in the in this pouch. 16.
Does anyone's passive perception beat a 16?
Doubtful.
I mean, technically
even
mine
close.
does. So
Nope.
I have a passive perception of 8.
I have a passive perception of 12.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, does my danger sense count? Let me see what
I'm
danger
not being
sense-
dangerous.
I know. Oh, that just means I have advantage on dexterity saving
Dexterity, yep.
throws. Yeah, okay. I've never played a barbarian before. I'm not being dangerous.
Yeah, you're able to just slip the bag, the little satchel off the bag, pocket it.
Okay. Well, do we have any more questions for him?
I'm quite unsatisfied with his lack of knowledge.
Are there
But-
any... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was like a trailing off but.
Oh, okay. Are there any hidden compartments on the train that we should know about? Any hidden rooms? Any place that someone might be hiding?
All right, but you can't tell anyone because they'd probably suspend me for a while. But I did let someone on. They're hiding in the cargo bay. Just a nice kid. Didn't have enough money for a ticket. Looked really sad.
You know,
But
if I
if
looked
you're
really
thinking-
sad, would you let me on the train?
Well, probably.
Look,
why did I
Yamise,
even pay
let's
for a
be
ticket?
honest. Look at you. You could never look that sad. You are a specimen. No one would ever feel sorry for you. They want to be you.
I agree, though. Next time I'm just going to look sad so I don't have to pay for a ticket. Let's go find the little one.
It's,
Is it a little
try-
one?
agree.
Little?
yes. I believe he's a rat folk.
Oh.
Look, try not to be too mean. It looks like he's scared of his own damn shadow.
Me?
I'm gonna be mean.
His
Mean? No,
cuteness.
of course not. Where did
His
you say he
cuteness
was?
will-
The cargo?
Yes, far back of the train.
Thank you. And I'll start heading that way.
I'm following.
All right. Passing through the the rest of the cabins. You'd come back through the dining room where everyone is still just sitting and talking. No one seems to give you much attention more than just looking up at you. Some just glare at you, reasonably so. And eventually
What do you mean, reasonably so?
Took the man's bag, didn't even do anything to you.
Okay, he was being shady and sneaky, and if I have to apologize, I will. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Then who
Did you
carries
need-
rocks in their backpack?
Dwarves.
Cute
Such
girls.
a dwarf thing to do.
No, don't do stereotypes here.
Yamise's
But
like,
also,
yeah. Yamise's like, no stereotypes.
Also, I like to carry rocks sometimes, and but while
Really?
we're passing through, yeah, why not? So, while we're passing through this, like, the cart that we came from,
Mhm.
can I do some sort of perception check on the way to see anybody, notice anything out of place?
absolutely.
Items. Okay. 14.
Anything out of place? Not so much. Everything looks pretty much the way that it was when you were up and darting out of the room. Grab all of you, bring it down.
Is Bubble Boy still looking for his passport?
He is. Not quite so overtly. Is now just like every time the door opened is just like looking, waiting to see maybe that someone has brought it, and then just that slump of defeat.
He's a rat kid.
But yeah, stepping into the cargo hold, you would immediately lock eyes with a small individual whose picture I will share with you.
He's kind of a cutie.
He's a little mouse.
Look, he just wants to go west.
He wants some cheese.
Immediately onto his feet, like backing up towards the back of the car. Just, no, I'm allowed to be here. Don't come any closer.
You're not in trouble. Don't worry.
I mean, you might be.
No. And I like kind of get down on his level, like kind of taking a knee or something. We are just looking for a very bad person, who is looking to hurt other people. Have you seen someone pass back through here?
The eyes just absolutely go wide. No, I didn't see nothing. No, I just keep to myself. Yeah.
What? Can I make like an animal handling check? Is that appropriate considering he's sentient? He's still a giant rat. So like
Oh my god.
It would be a persuasion check.
okay.
Jesus.
I don't know.
I thought we weren't doing stereotypes here.
It's a 24 total.
Wow.
I mean, there. I saw one guy. He stuck on a few days ago. Or two days ago, yesterday. I don't remember. I don't really get to see sun back here, so
What?
Not sure.
What did he look like?
He was tall, very
Not the
very
dwarf.
thin. Had like dark gray skin, kinda. Looked very mean, very very angry, and was very quiet, almost as quiet as I am.
I almost said like a mouse, but I'm not going to. No stereotypes.
Hey, he's a giant rat man. Like, come on.
He's not that big. He's small.
Um,
And my
True.
horn just fell.
no,
Excuse me.
leprosy.
No! Won't tell the church.
And how exactly did he sneak on, and did you see where he went?
Oh, he hopped on the back of the train, broke in through the door, and just kind of walked up front. Well, before he even left this car, he kind of disappeared. Um,
Okay.
just I couldn't see him anymore.
He went invisible.
Yes, yeah, that.
Great. Well, I don't think I've seen any dusky-skinned, tall, skinny people.
Can I do a perception check while we're in this cart?
Yeah, sure. What are you looking for?
Maybe footprints and also items.
Okay. just items.
Just items. 13.
Every time she does that, I'm gonna roll to see if I notice her looking for items. Let me find my player sheet. Items. I guess that would be perception, I guess.
Yeah.
Nope, everything's good. You are squeaky clean.
I am
Um,
squeaky clean.
No footprint. I mean, other than, of course, his footprints. But there's all sorts of cargo back here. It looks like a lot of people's luggage, a lot of supplies that they're probably just hauling for like that extra paycheck. Nothing stands out too much.
No contraband.
I mean, if you wanted to start digging through people's luggage.
There's no one hiding back
I
here,
just-
is there?
There's no like
Um,
hidden weapons or anything concealed, like.
Oh,
I don't
actually,
know,
can I have a question for the
necromancy.
DM about the world?
Yeah.
Is it common for people to just carry their weapons with them, or is that considered weird? Like in real life, we can't just like bring a gun onto the train.
Is there
Can you
open
bring your
carry?
weapons onto the train and not be like that's not suspicious?
It's not unheard of. It's not illegal or anything, but people might look at you funny.
Okay. When we do run into someone that has a weapon, it's kind of like an eyebrow raise, like,
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
I mean, Cobb does have a pair of very tiny daggers on him.
It's adorable.
You're not going to tell anyone I'm back here, right? Because I'm allowed to be back here.
No, not at all.
I'll tell you what. You keep feeding us information, and you can stay here, and we will protect you. Because then you become very valuable to us as an information, like a trade.
Just like the princess. Gotcha.
Just like who's the princess?
Oh. No one?
Little one. See, we have
Do
to
we even need to
trust each
do a
other.
deception check?
No.
Yeah.
We need to trust each other, little one. If you want us to protect you and keep your secret safe, you need to tell us about the princess.
She gave me a lot of gold not to tell anyone.
Is there a prince? Wait, does she have red
How about
horns?
I?
No, that's the mean lady. No.
Wait,
I
there's
agree.
an even higher ranking noble on this train?
I don't know if that was Scarlet or Orrana.
That was a little bit of bull. That was me being actually very surprised.
I guess. I don't know.
What were you saying, Yamise?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got a
Oh,
little
I was gonna
excited
say,
and
well, if it helps, I can be the mean lady as well, and tell everyone that you're back here, or
No.
you can tell us about the princess.
Well done.
Okay, but
Okay.
but you can't tell anyone I told you. She said it was very important.
I will tell not a soul.
Okay. So she's the kind of very muscly one. Had green skin. Lots of tattoos. It just everywhere. Was very nice though.
green skin.
The one in the hood that Leo took the drink from at the beginning.
I thought, was that person asleep or were they dead?
No, they went dead. I'm pretty sure they were not very happy when I stole the drink.
Oh.
They just kind of like stepped back, like out of the way,
I kind of
intentionally.
forgot that person existed altogether.
Well, do you think the princess is involved with this?
I mean, well, don't put your eggs in the cart before looking a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, I agree.
You would break the eggs, yeah. I get it.
So, should we go talk to the princess?
Mm-hmm. I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay, but don't tell her that I told you anything.
Of course. I will try
No,
my
we won't
best.
say anything. I promise.
Not on
Okay,
purpose
thanks.
anyway. It will not be on purpose.
All right, just remember not to address her directly as princess, and we'll be okay.
Oh, right.
The guy that walked through, he did drop this, and he'll just hand over like this vial about that big, just empty glass vial.
I'm gonna snatch it.
It's empty.
Does it look like it's had anything in it? Like at all?
Oh, absolutely. There is still a very small trace of something.
Can I do some sort of examination?
Alwyn, smart one.
I mean, I am
go
an
to school.
alchemist.
Oh,
Yeah.
smart one.
They're also very
so insightful.
I'm sorry,
They're
what
also
were
very
they?
smart.
Yeah, if you want to roll Arcana, if you're proficient in alchemist tools, either one would probably be good.
Well, let's see here. Sorry, this might take me a sec. Actually, don't know where my alchemist tools are on here.
You
So
can always taste it if it's too difficult. See what
I'll
happens.
just do the Arcana check.
Perfect.
That is a 17.
Yeah.
I think all it means is
Um,
if you use your tools, you get your proficiency bonus added to it.
Yeah,
That
I
helps.
don't. I'm just okay. Well, if I
So
do that,
20?
then yeah, 20.
This is definitely a spell that's above anyone's capability to cast here, but this is a potion of polymorph.
Ah.
Ooh.
You guys, this is a potion of polymorph.
Does the person choose the
would-
polymorph, or does the potion decide the polymorph?
The person that drinks it would choose it.
Drats.
So how do we figure that who's been polymorphed? mean, how long does it last? I can't remember. Would I know that, though, based on my role? How long would that last?
It would probably depend on the potency of the caster that puts the spell into it, but not more than a couple hours.
Okay. So, how do we figure out who drank this potion?
Well, it seems like it was our dusty fellow. Dusky, not dusty. Maybe he's dusty. I haven't smelt his ass, but this dusky fellow. Because I haven't seen anyone of that description on the train. So they drank, mingled. Eventually it will wear off. But they might have impersonated something or someone.
I don't know. Anybody else
And
have
now
any ideas?
My idea is more along the lines of he drank the potion, turned invisible, either held off the polymorph long enough or polymorphed into something small or something. I don't know. Never mind. My theory is falling apart as I say it out loud.
There was another robbery on the train, one that has identity weaved into it. A very important passport belonging to an ambassador that was stolen. Perhaps.
I think we need to check in.
With who?
The individual that lost his passport.
Oh, Bubble Boy.
Yes.
Yes, we should absolutely.
Maul.
All right, let's go.
Mal, sorry.
What if?
My intelligence is 8. I don't remember much. But you know, a bird in the hand carries no cheek. I swear, I will get through every single one of these before the end of the one shot.
I have no doubt.
Owen, do you want to lead the way? Are we following you?
Yeah. That was me walking.
All right, I'm following you. Yeah.
Okay. Getting back to the dining cart, you would see that everyone is still very much lost in conversation, to the point where the only figure that even looks up at your entry is the one that's covered basically from head to toe, cloak just wrapped up very tight, leaving basically enough room for like the eyes and the forehead. Everything else is covered.
Is it a green eyes and forehead?
It is.
The Principessa.
Buongiorno.
Well, do we want to talk to Mole first, or do we want to talk to the other one?
Wait, hold on. Yes, huddle. If we talk to Maul, what do we say? Like, what are we asking? Exactly.
I think we got to figure out.
I think it would be conducive to ask if he is the real Maul. For one, because we don't know which one is which now. The one with the passport or the one without.
I
see
think
what
the
I'm
one
saying?
looking for the passport would be the real one, because the passport was stolen from the real one.
Yeah, but how do we know he's not lying about even having a passport in the
Exactly.
first place? Right?
Exactly.
You think we could pinch him and
could've-
he'll, transform, prick him with a pin?
I could stab him.
Or we could
Yeah,
just
see,
ask,
I'm like somewhere.
stab or spank? This is a flail. This is my prop for a flail.
I don't care how we do it. I'm just trying to figure out how to get him to, turn back.
I think stabbing him would work.
I think that could be considered assault, and as much as I love to fight in the fully nameless form, that does not sound like justice to me, and I have to uphold the tenets, as tempting as that is.
Would I be
Fair.
able to make a check to remember how to dispel polymorph? Or
I mean,
something
dispel
another?
magic would probably
Yeah,
do
dispel
it.
magic.
How many times can you cast that?
I don't think I put that on my sheet. Oh no.
Oh, that would have
The
been
one
so
thing we
helpful.
need.
We could have solved the whole mystery.
I have an idea.
Fuck.
Leo, what is your idea?
If I use charm person on whoever we think it is, and maybe they'll just tell us if they're polymorphed? You think
Okay,
that could work?
maybe we should say. Okay, I didn't know you could charm people, but
I didn't know that till right now.
that sounds like
I
a
looked at my character
that sounds
sheet.
like a very powerful spell.
I don't
Maybe
want
we
to interrupt
should-
you real quick.
Okay.
I want to give a shout out to Ben for donating $50. And they said, keep doing all the amazing things, you beautiful humans.
Oh, yay!
Wow.
Love
Thank you,
Thank you so
Ben.
much.
Maybe we should
Sorry.
save polymorph. Like we should plan the polymorph, or the dispel. Sorry, the dispel magic. Wait, not dispel. Charm. The charm person. Sorry, I have an intelligence of 8. That sounds very, very helpful, and like we should. That could be our ace in the hole, or you know, our
actually got that one
grasshopper under the
right.
ground.
Yeah. All right. Well,
So-
I mean, so who are we talking to first
So
then?
while we might use it on Bubble Boy or Maul, sorry, excuse me, Maul, we may also want to save that for something else, just in case.
Like the princess.
Or
It's true.
Little Miss Torns, or
Fanta?
Mr. Cranky Pants, or the other Mr. Cranky Pants. Lots of people have been lying to us, like I sense, and I think that charm. We should try to figure out who would be the most valuable.
Okay, I have another idea. Sorry, I just had another idea. What if I used... I cannot say the word to save my life. Prestidigitation. Oh, I said it fine. Prestidigitation. To make an image of the passport in my hand. To see how he reacts to it.
You are so smart. This is why.
I don't know if, what it will do exactly, but I mean, it could help with something.
No, we could just gauge his reaction. Gauge if he. Okay,
I want
so
you to do
real
it.
quick.
Okay.
If he looks relieved and grateful, it is the real Maul. If he looks nervous and uncomfortable, then that's the fake Maul, because he's like, wait, I thought I had this passport because I'm trying. So my theory is that this fake fellow stole this passport and polymorphed to look like Maul, and he has the paperwork to prove that he is Maul, so he can do something shady. The real Maul lost his passport because it was stolen, and he doesn't know where it is. He's so sad. He can't find his passport. So if you say, oh, I found your
But-
passport. Oh, thank you so much. Then he's real. But it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I have my passport right here. It's right here. Then we know it is fake Maul.
Yeah, but are we assuming... Sorry, go ahead, Yamise. Yamise,
No, that's
sorry.
the period.
If
Punta.
if a murderer was to steal from someone and try to fake their identity and take their identity, do you think that they would not also murder the person that they tried to take the identity of from, so that they wouldn't run
Not
around
if they were
being like,
trying
"Where's my
to
passport?"
frame. Not if they were trying to frame the person they stole the identity from.
I mean, they've already murdered, right? So, unless they had a very specific reason for only murdering Liviana.
Yeah.
I still think that Stewart has something to do with it. If you want to charm him, he's there's something about Liviana. He's of baseborn, she's noble birth. He's been hanging out with that very
And
attractive tiefling. And that
this is
and
becoming quite the novella, I would say. So okay, so are we assuming though that the one in the dining car is not the real mole, or is the real mole? We're just trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I will prestidigitation a picture of a passport in my hand.
Okay.
And let's go see what we find. Shall we?
Now with passport in hand, even as you get close to Maul, who is now eyeing you all very, very expectantly, locks eyes with you, looks down into your hand, assuming that you've got it, like, visible.
Here it is.
Immediately onto his feet. Oh my God, you found it. Oh, thank you so much. Can I have it back, please?
What
Can I
did
make
You
a
passed the
deception?
test! Good job!
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Just to make sure. Oh, yeah, I have a -2. So that's a 2. I'm rolling great. This is like really fun.
Can I also do an insight check, I guess?
Go for it.
Okay.
I'll help you with my.
I got 20 something. I'm not very good at math. 23.
It is legitimate jubilation on his face. Like, there is so much weight that just shed from him. Like,
You're so
No, I feel
mean.
visible
kinda bad.
weight.
Yes, more. Just a question here. How did you lose it?
Yeah,
Remind me.
I don't know. We were.
When did you lose it?
I was playing cards, and I thought I had it on me, but when the steward came by screaming, I felt my pocket and it was gone.
Where were you playing cards?
We're right here. They're at this table.
Who were you playing cards with?
With the door fellow, right over there. He left, said that he wanted to use the fancy bathroom, and just didn't come back.
Well, I think we might have to talk to that stewardess again.
Was there anybody else in the room? Like anybody passed by you or anything like that?
I mean, the Lord Rakus, or whatever his name is, he was very rude. I was just getting up to get a drink, and he kind of just pushed me to the side and said something about being ungrateful and something. I don't remember.
Wait, Ruckus puts his hands on you?
Well, yeah, but it's okay. I'm not hurt.
No, this is very important. Did his hand touch you? Did he push you?
Just a little bit, but it's all right.
Look, where I come from, there are many pickpockets, and that is a very, very common strategy. They bump by you, they say, "Oh my goodness, you got in my way," and then it turns out they actually lifted something from you.
I guess, but he. I don't.
So. Sorry, Mole. Sorry.
Go. Oh, go ahead.
So we need to keep this passport just for a little bit, just for like a little bit longer.
Oh, no, but I need it.
I know, but we need it. It's a very important piece of evidence for the murder, but I'll give it to you right after. Like, right after we're done with it.
Okay. But... okay. But I
do you want to
really
get a huddle?
need it back.
Okay, huddle again. Okay, so do we need to go talk to the princess now, or what?
I think we should talk to both the princess, the stewardess, and most importantly, that other wizard guy. I think maybe the other wizard guy first.
Ruckus?
Yeah.
Rock.
Him.
Yeah.
Are we all in agreement?
You're in charge.
I'm not in charge.
You're a Leo.
Okay.
Leos are always in charge.
We will,
Heads in the middle.
Wildcats.
All right, hold on. This is very important. We're all going to on 3. Don't put all your eggs behind the red shield. Oof.
Wow.
Yeah.
Eggs.
Close enough.
The transitions
All
were
right.
great.
I know. Wait. So where's Ruckus? Is he still in the room?
He's not.
He's probably
Let's
back
go
in his
knock on his door.
All right.
his burnt to
Let's go.
crisp room. Reminds me of the
And I
time
feel
I
so bad. We
sneezed in
still
my
haven't
sleep.
moved. We still haven't moved the body from in front of the door.
You have not.
That was such a sharp laugh that it hurt.
I appreciate it. It made me feel very seen.
You're killing me.
All right. Who wants to knock on the door?
I open the door.
Yeah. A
Hello?
series of knocks followed by just opening. Room's empty.
God damn it. Well, we're missing a wizard. I'm gonna go. Oh, go ahead.
What's everyone's passive perceptions?
17.
Look,
Wait, 14. Maybe. Hold on. I'm just making numbers up.
It's a 15.
12. I did not make that up. I was right the first time.
Whoever said 17, you would hear the faintest of sounds of glass shattering against the floor from the adjoining room.
I was gonna go over there.
Alwyn. I'm just gonna let Alwyn. You might want to go check on Miss Fontana, whatever her name is.
Fantana.
Whatever.
I open the door. I don't even knock.
Okay. You reach the
Wait,
handle.
did you run?
Yeah, I ran.
And she's gone.
Yeah, serious. You reach for the handle, turn, and put your shoulder into the door. Doesn't budge. You now hear a very attempted, muffled cry of pain from Lady Fenton.
No! My girlfriend! No! Holy shit. What spells do I have?
Can I-
Noriana!
Wait, Orrana? Were you calling me?
Yeah, Orrana, sorry.
Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, that's me. Ah. I want to be useful. I run over. What?
I need you to break this door down, right now.
Okay, I will do that. I think I have a proverb for this.
Just
You
break
know,
the
better
door
to have
down!
4 pigs in a court than 4 wives and no house. And I kick the door down.
Make an athletics check.
Happily. 19.
Yeah, more than enough. As the door is just burst off the hinges inwards, you see Lady Fentina, who has been like thrown down partially onto the couch with a figure above her, a curved
God.
blade, almost black obsidian, very similar to the one you had, and is just trying to drive the blade down onto her.
I'm gonna
And,
immediately like rush in and tackle the figure, and like try
have
to
you
stop
guys roll
that.
initiative.
Oh.
There is no active encounter in your current viewed scene.
Oh.
Why can't?
Why
Why do you guys roll it and I can't?
I can't either.
Oh, 4? Why do I get such terrible initiatives?
It should let you roll it now.
Ah,
Dirty 20.
sweet. 11.16.
No.
What the fuck?
Wait, what the
Oh
hell?
my god.
It's adding your
11.6.
dexterity.
Hello? Oh!
Point
Cool.
16?
I have no idea. Math
You
is
only
for
point
for
16.
scholars and bridesmaids.
15, Tina.
And then nat 20. Wait, did you just knock that nat 20 over?
The dice can have collision.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I know. Watch this.
So
I'm just gonna roll a dice randomly, and I want to show you something cool. Okay, look at you could. No, yeah, you can pick it up. Look, woo.
Leo, what did you roll?
Dirty 20.
All right. With Fentina at the top of the initiative, she is just going to try to point blank some definitely not. Wow, I am drawing a blank. The warlock spell that I am drawing a blank on
Hellish
for some
or
reason.
Don't
Eldritch Blast.
draw blank. You
Eldritch
know,
Blast.
visions
Thank you.
without actions are like moldy bread.
No. Oh, no, one of those is going to hit. Just point blank just lets off these bolts of energy in which, even as it hits, it starts to strip away some of that illusionary magic, and is going to do a whole 6 points of damage.
Wait, who's taking the 6 points of damage?
Ruckus, who was above her with the dagger trying to just drive it down into her.
It was wrong.
I just want to let you know that I was not conspiring with the murderer. I really just didn't think he did it. So, sorry
You know, I
about that.
wasn't
could be-
suspicious
he could
until
be-
you.
He
Leo,
could be polymorphed.
Exactly. What? Oh, my turn.
you're up. Yeah.
How far away am I?
This is accurate.
Okay.
So 10.
Am I
10,
too?
15 feet?
Am I too close to?
Oh wait,
use my
I'm the one that
crossbow?
kicked the door down, so I should be by the door.
Is that not the front door?
There. Was
Oh,
that?
where's the front door?
I'm at the door.
Yeah, this is the front door.
Oh, okay. There.
I'm not there then. I'm like behind here. It's probably too close to use my crossbow, right?
Nope. No, you're fine.
Okay, I'm gonna use my crossbow then.
All right.
All right. 21 to hit.
I forgot to open the sheet.
I thought you meant his AC was higher than 21.
It could be.
No.
Could be.
Maybe
I doubt it.
Maybe he's an ancient red dragon in disguise.
Yeah.
Whoa. I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah, that absolutely hits.
Right. And that's 5 points of damage. That's it.
Perfect.
And then as my bonus action, I would like to go wild shape, and I am a Circle of Stars druid, so I wild shape into a constellation. So I would like to wild shape into my archer form. So basically, I like shoot my crossbow at him, and then I bring my arm up and like kind of like Sailor Moon style, I all of a sudden turn into this very starry archer form.
Oh, it got
and
very hot in here.
yeah.
Yeah, heck
That's what I'll
yeah.
do.
Yep.
What does your
Absolutely
starry
stunning.
archer form do?
So for bonus attacks from now on, I can use my bow, to do an extra ranged attack.
Cool.
Awesome. Yamise.
Yamise is gonna definitely run forward and is gonna attempt to cast Inflict Wounds on the person. So they need to be within touch. So let me move Yamise.
Fireball, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was my bad.
Did I say fireball?
Please don't cast that while we're in the room. Actually, no, I'm gonna say, you know what? Cast that baby. Cast it right on top of me.
It's not my turn yet.
No.
Okay. Does a dirty 20.
Yeah, absolutely.
It does 21 damage.
Wow. Okay.
Damn. Let's go.
Finally, those rolls.
Wow. All right. That's a lot. I think you still have a bonus action.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Okay. I actually do not have anything that I can do at the moment, but thank you.
Okay. Jump down to Alwyn.
I would like to cast a Scorching Ray at this stinky wizard, if I may. So,
Go for it.
okay. It's a 13 to hit.
I think it lets you attack three different rays.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Do I roll for each one, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 rays of fire.
19, and then a 5.
Oh, so close to a dirty one.
The 19 hits.
Okay. And damage. It's 9 damage.
That's some good damage. Anything else?
They just yell, "Get off of her!" You know. And then that
Oh.
concludes my turn.
And also, for just because I remembered it and I didn't know if you remembered it, what's her face Fantana has a +1 to her AC, and so does Orrana at the moment.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
No
Thank you for
shit.
the reminder. So, Orrana, as your ally runs in past you, just holding out a hand that is just brimming with magic, lands on the back of Lord Idrakis and just sends the magics just absolutely burning into his back. He lets out this scream of pain, just, oh, you're gonna pay for that. And then over your head is just a series of spells that just come raining into the room. But it's your turn.
So, I see Raucous trying to murder someone in her own bed, which is the least just thing anyone could ever do. And this religious zeal and righteousness burns within me, and my eyes widen, and I clench all of my muscles, and I would like to rage.
Yes. Love it.
We love raging.
And I just, I have my shield, I pull it from off my back, and I take my flail and like
drop it. And this heavy morning just kunk. And I I rush in. Sorry, my horns are falling off my head. I'm so excited. This one's gonna be broken for this turn. I rush in. I'm actually gonna rush right here. Can I get flanking if I sit right there? Do we do flanking in this campaign? Is that
Flanking? I give you +2 to hit.
Oh, a +2. It's not advantage.
Just because there's so many like reckless attacks, so many abilities that would give you advantage, it kind of negates those.
Oh, I guess I could do a reckless attack. I didn't even think of that. But that would give me. Yeah, you know what? Wait, it's the first attack. First attack of turn. Okay, so I'm gonna make 2 attacks. The first attack will be reckless. Oops, wrong button. I am going to first attack with my flail. That one misses.
Yep.
So I'm gonna attack a second time because I have I'm so mad. I'm just like, Brah! Does reckless attack also count if I have multi-attack or?
Yeah, all of your attacks.
Okay. Well, hopefully all right, that's more like it. So first it will do. Okay, so it'll do this damage, but with my Divine Fury, it should also take a little bit of radiant damage.
Ooh.
So a total of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage.
Absolutely. Already looking not so good.
And I look like inconsolable. I'm like screaming, "Spare the rod, spoil the appetite!"
Okay. Last but not least, we're down to Raucus, who is just absolutely just reeling in pain, takes a deep breath.
Wait.
And there's this pulse of magic that shoots out, filling the room, pulsing out into the hallway. Would all of you make a Constitution save for me?
And Orrana and Fantana get a +4.
Oh. 4 or a 1d4?
+4.
Okay.
And so do I, so nice.
Oof, that helped. Did anyone roll under a 17?
17? Holy shit, this guy's beefy.
Leo
I
did.
guess we'll roll this out in public. Nope, not too many.
Oh, Jesus.
It's 27 points of necrotic damage to whoever failed. Anyone that succeeded takes 13.
Ah.
Ow.
And
Wait, how much damage?
27.
All right.
Kind of surrounded. Yeah,
Keep wailing on him.
Oh, I was gonna draw so many attacks of opportunity.
Wait, is he going to run?
No, he's gonna hang out there. For that turn, he's going to hang out. Looks between Fantina and Yamise. A blade in each hand, and is just readying himself. Fantina's turn. She, however, is not a combatant and is going to take this opportunity to GTFO.
Yeah.
Perfect.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
So I dropped the flail.
Is going to take an attack of opportunity.
Dumbass didn't disengage. She's obviously not a combatant.
That is definitely going to hit. Close the sheet, so give me 1 second. Because this creature is not in Foundry.
Did you
That's when
redeem
you
a
get to just
hydrate
make
for
things up.
yourself, Orrana?
What was that?
Did you redeem a hydrate for yourself?
I did. I did.
8
Bottom
plus... just 15 points of damage. Fantina takes the hit, keeps running, but is severely wounded. Leo.
So I have to do some cure wounds on myself because that hit me pretty good. So that's what I'm going to do for my action. You know what, we're just going to do it at the 2nd level.
He's gonna
so
counterspell.
He is?
Ooh.
Oh, what a devious DM.
Alright, so I can do
Yes,
it.
I'm the evil person that will counterspell healing spells.
Oh, it's
Alright,
beautiful.
so I guess I'll just use
was-
my bonus action to do my archer. So hit him with my starry
Go
bow,
for it.
basically. Okay.
Wait, hold on. I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Didn't he use his reaction on his attack of
He
opportunity?
did. Thank you. He can't
Oh, good
counterspell.
call.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I saved
Take
you.
Take hero point.
Okay. I'm gonna do my cure wounds really quick. Okay, that's 12 points.
DMs hate
Thank
her.
DMs don't know that I know this.
got 15. Does that
Okay.
hit?
This one.
15 does not.
Dang it. Okay. Well, that's it. That's all I've got.
All right. Down to Yamise.
Yamise is going to. I mean, it worked so well last time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that again. Cast. Okay, no, I'm not going to cast that. What the heck? I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds again. I
Ooh.
am infuriated, and I actually I'm holding my glaive and my shield with one the shield is sort of on my arm and the glaive is in one hand, and I'm punching him with with Inflict Wounds.
Love it. Go for it.
Oh no, it's an 11, so it doesn't work.
Unfortunately, that is going to miss.
I'm just punching him.
Just now that
With no
he's
damage.
no longer focused on stabbing Fantina, he's more defensive and is dodging attacks, managing to get the knives in the way. Much more formidable. Anything else?
I do not believe so.
All right. Alwyn.
I would like to cast Fireball. Don't worry, I got Create Water. And I Make a dexterity saving throw above 11.
Brace yourself, Yamise.
Everyone in the room,
Don't worry.
like, legitimate fireball.
Don't. Oh shit.
Unless people are gonna be like, Alwyn, what the fuck are you thinking? I think it'll be
have
fine.
resistance to fire, but
It only-
this is still gonna hurt.
I'm not in the
only
room.
catches fire to like clothing that isn't being worn and flammable objects within the area, not necessarily people. The couch will
Oh.
probably oh damn it.
Yeah.
Just wasn't stable enough in my hands.
It's okay.
Yeah, go and roll damage, though.
Was that a
Um,
fire sound effect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I caught that.
He
Very well
takes,
done.
I think, half that.
He
geez.
unfortunately takes none of that.
Wait, he doesn't? Not even half?
Evasion.
Oh dang.
Well, shit.
Dang.
I'm gonna take half
but-
of that.
Did you roll
is-
with advantage for being a barbarian? Was it
I
danger
didn't
sense?
roll with advantage. Oh my gosh.
Is it a
okay,
dex
I'll just roll like
save? Sorry.
normal.
Dex save,
I'll
yeah.
just roll like normal. Hopefully it'll be more. Oh yes. Okay. I made the save, so I take half and then half of that because I have a resistance to fire from my draconic ancestry. So 16,
Heck yeah.
8. So I take a total of 8 damage. Oh man, just drop your fireballs, no problem. I can take it.
And Yamise, you take 16, unless you have fire
Is
resistance.
that evasion another reaction,
I
or is
cannot.
it just a passive?
It's just when you would succeed at a dexterity save and take half damage, you instead take no damage.
Ah,
Rogues.
he's a boss.
Hmm.
Oh, he's a
Damn it.
rogue.
Yeah.
I see, I see. Hey, well, it didn't hurt that bad. It got a little crispy, but you know, no pain, no pasta
yeah.
sauce.
All right. When your spell goes off, and when the fire clears, you see that he just kind of ducked behind Yamise, using her for cover, and then ducked back out.
It is personal now.
Ow.
Oh, that concludes my turn.
Are you okay? Yamise.
Orrana.
Oh yeah, I'll live.
I'm angry. I'm very angry. I'm gonna flail. I'm gonna do a reckless attack, so it should have advantage.
If you take a step
Uh,
up, you'll be flanking.
Oh, I'm not flanking right now? Okay, yes. Thank you so much, DM. You are very generous.
I like to play both sides.
I was gonna
Because
say
it's
he's
fun.
not very
Absolutely.
generous.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I'm not
the
mad about
first-
it still.
So the first hit will be the flail plus the divine fury. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Sorry, don't disregard that.
21 damage.
No, 13 damage.
Not far behind.
Plus my ooh,
22 damage.
that's my first attack.
Wow.
So I'm gonna do like a big. So the first one, the star of the flail glows and just bashes him across the face, and then I'm gonna come back around for like a double. The second one won't have the divine fury, but it will just be like a regular attack. 20.
Yep.
2.
Absolutely.
is flanking. Okay. Come on, give me some juicy. With another 8 damage. So,
Yeah.
all right.
Looking severely hurt.
I'm just like light bursting out of my veins, like Goku or Vegeta or one of those other Dragon Ball characters.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
And that will be my turn. As I'm
Okay.
screaming. Wait, do I have any more, or did I read them all? Heated coals are cheese in the hands of chickens.
Need to see if he gets his ability back.
Uh,
He does.
that sounds like he does.
Would all of you make a Constitution saving throw for me? After you said I was so nice.
I said you were generous.
Orrana plus 4.
So it's a 17?
18. I got an 18.
18?
Because I got the plus 4 from Yamise.
I got a 13.
No.
So I'm probably down. Just letting
Wait,
you
you're
know.
not even in the room. Why are you making throws?
That's true. Does it affect me?
Ooh.
I'm like outside the room.
You are within 15 feet.
Okay.
Fantina is not, however.
Okay.
So anyone that's rolled under a 17.
Why are there so many?
It's much higher. That's much higher. 32 points of necrotic damage.
Oh,
Okay,
I
I'm
start
done.
vomiting everywhere.
Oh my
16.
god.
Damn.
And now... No.
No!
Wait, I want to make an attack of opportunity.
Everybody gets an attack of opportunity, except for Leo, unfortunately. Who is unconscious.
Okay.
Okay. Am I still recklessly attacking? Does that still count? Because it's still like the round, or how does that here?
What
Let me
does
look at
reckless
it.
attack say?
Let me look at it. I am new to being a. When you make your first attack. Okay, it doesn't look like it. I don't think I'm supposed to have advantage after my first attack. I think it just affects my first attack.
You're doing... gives you advantage on melee attack rolls using strength during your turn.
Wait,
Not
but it says when you make your first
spells.
attack on your turn, you decide to attack.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but I just have to do it on my first attack, is what I say.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Let's thank her booty, or his booty. Oh, that was a normal.
Is that a...
Hold on, let me re-roll that because I didn't roll it at advantage. Oh, that was even worse.
that was a natural 20. It was on the 20, and it just...
I know, that was rude. That was very
is
rude.
that a 12 from Yamise?
For what? Sorry.
Did you take an
Which
attack
one?
opportunity?
I did. I got a 16 to hit.
16 plus 2 for flanking would make it an 18, which means it hits.
Cool. 8 damage.
Okay. He
Please
is
tell me that was just
limping, like
No.
falling down as he's running, but continues running down the hall.
Wait, he
did
did
he get?
damage to me, right? I'm just wondering. He did.
He
Okay.
did, yeah.
Okay. Great.
How far did he get? That
Oh,
right there?
actually, he's going to run that way, which would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He'll get to the door.
Fuck.
Oh, don't
Should've
worry.
hellish
I'm gonna
rebuked him, but I didn't.
hamstring this motherfucker.
If you want a hellish rebuke, go for it. He did.
I can?
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to.
absolutely.
He
Do your cool
must
thing.
make a dexterity saving throw.
He's very good at those.
Damn it.
Rogues.
Yeah. Damn it. Okay.
23, yeah.
Yeah.
Does he take
Okay, never mind.
half skill?
No, cause evasive. Right? Or
Oh, because
evade,
it's dexterity.
He have?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evasion. Yeah.
Evasion.
That's how far he can get. Fantina is just going to out of there, remove her. Leo, death saving throw, please.
Ugh.
Oh no.
So I've never done it before. So what do I do? Just roll a d20 or what?
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, you just
Like
want
what?
to get above
Just
a 10.
Straight? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I use no advantage.
3.
Oh.
I believe you took the lucky feat.
Oh, I did! Oh my god! I totally forgot. Okay, I'm gonna reroll.
That's a very good feat.
I got another 3, so I think Leo wants to die.
One failed.
So-
That's
Yep,
just
didn't
one
fail.
fail. 1 out
Okay.
of 3.
Damn it.
Yamise.
Yamise is gonna take her turn to try to stabilize Leo.
Yeah.
For sure.
Medicine check unless you have anything else.
You have healing.
No, I do have healing. I have lay on hands.
Oh yeah, you're a paladin.
Absolutely.
I am a paladin.
Oh my
Mm.
god,
Okay,
thank you.
so I'm gonna restore. I'm just gonna pump all 30 hit points into her.
Beautiful. You are once again conscious as the angelic form of Yamise is over top of you, just letting the
I
healing wash over you.
I can
imagine
kiss you.
Yamise has like a Yamise has like a total like bitch face on all the time. Like it never stops being like super bitchy. Like resting bitch face, it's like active bitch face. So like you like come to and she's just like, "Welcome back."
Okay, have you seen? Wait, what is that cop show with Andy Sandberg and there's the lady cop, Rosa?
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yes,
Yeah, with Rosa, and she's just like, "Shut up, you're healed."
Yeah.
That's
Yamise, is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Thank you.
Alwyn.
I'm gonna move towards him, even though I don't really need to. But up. I don't know if I can get. How do I?
You gotta change your
I was-
clicker from the.
There we go. Thank you. And I want to cast Scorching Ray again. At the second level. So.
Oof.
Oh, up. That's an 8. Come on. An 18
Hits.
and 13.
13 does not.
Just the one.
Okay. Not enough to drop him.
My magic. Bruh.
I'm going to try.
Anything else?
No. I don't think I can
Alright.
do anything. Yeah, that concludes my turn.
Orrana.
Orrana is going to sprint, all of her veins protruding vascularly from her mostly nude body. 10,
Love it.
20. I'm gonna get right there. Actually, can I squeeze? I have 40 feet. I've used 25, I think. Right? Is that?
I'm
what
sure
that is?
Alwyn would let you pass.
Okay. I want to block him. And then.
Oh, you're squeezing past him.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. Is that allowed?
We make an athletics check for me.
Okay. Oh. Well. Move aside, sir. I'm going to
Apparently.
spank you now. He's not a strong boy. Does a 21 hit?
Absolutely does. Yeah, he started to turn to like get
Oh,
one
wrong
strike
button
onto
again,
Alwyn, but you just shoved past him.
I'm so angry. I'm in a rage, one might say. So the first attack is going to do 18 damage. And then I'm going to make a second attack with my spanky spanker.
Absolutely hits.
For another 7.
Just
How would you like to do this?
Okay, so I sprint past. I run past Alwyn, kind of do a little body check where I pick her, do a spin to get her out of the way, and then maneuver and then squeeze right past him. And as I squeeze back, I take my flail and just crack across his face, and you just hear the and then I double back around and just swing up, and he just goes up like anime, like Naruto getting punched in the chin by, or you know, the upward, and he just goes up, and then I land, and I just go, the dragon is always greener before the dawn.
A classic.
That is
The
a classic.
two successive
Everyone should
blows
say that.
land sent him flying back against the wall and crumpling into a heap, no longer moving.
And does anything else happen? Is he polymorphed?
Once the body lands and is fully dead, his form would shift to that of a drow shadow blade.
I knew it.
Sneaky.
I think we found the murderer. I'm like still on the ground. Like, I think we found him. I think they're over there.
Somebody get
Yamise
Princess
is like-
Fontana. Wait, no. What's her name?
Fantina.
Fantina, get over here.
Yamise says like, yeah, we found the murderer, but we still didn't find the passport.
Oh no! He's got the
Shit.
passport. I'm gonna check for the passport.
He absolutely has the passport on him.
He has the
Oh,
passport.
good. Okay, good.
Now we don't look embarrassing when we go find them all.
Easy.
Does he have
Fantina
any
would
drugs on
come
him?
back and just like staring from down the hall. Is that horrible, horrible person dead?
What did he
Yep.
want from you? Why were you a target?
I don't guess it's as good as mine. I don't know him.
No, I think your guess might be a little bit better.
He
I'm gonna give
had
her the
a
very,
weapon.
very, very like intimidating, tell me the truth face.
He had a weapon similar to mine. So I don't know. We should be on the same side.
We are on the same side, but you need to tell us why someone would want to kill you.
Perhaps I belong to a cult of an evil god.
Well, we know that, but well, this guy doesn't look like he particularly cares.
As you were like searching for the passport and kind of going through his pockets and stuff, you would find that on the tunic is the identical symbol that she has on her book.
Wait, he went to church with you?
You were Sunday school friends, and he betrayed you.
What? Spill the tea! Come on!
I don't know.
Are you an apostate?
Not that I know of, but now I'm very concerned.
Yeah, why would someone from your church come send someone to kill? And was Liviana part of your church too?
I don't think so. I don't know what anything is anymore.
Well, we should probably go find the steward and tell him that we killed the murderer.
Yeah, we don't know if he was an accomplice or not. We don't. I want to look to see if I see anything on his body that is damning evidence against anyone else. I must know the truth.
There is a second vial identical to the first one. There's, of course, his curved blade, and the passport, and that was it.
Second vial.
Can I have that?
Sure.
Vial?
Yeah, here. Take
Thank
it.
you.
I want to roll another insight check. I'm gonna figure you out, lady. 70. Oh, that was the first one. First good one.
I mean,
What would
Leo
I see,
what do you
Leo?
think a 17 would tell?
Yeah, what do I notice with your interest in the vial?
Oh, with me?
Yeah,
Hmm?
that's who I was
Oh,
rolling
I'm an
insight on.
alchemist. I'm an alchemist, and I think potions are cool.
Oh, yeah, that checks out.
I mean, that's really what it's about, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, have it. May your potions be lukewarm.
Ew.
Um,
Thank you. So, we don't know anything still. So, we killed the murderer, so I guess that's good.
Yeah, but we don't know if there's any other.
Orrana, would you make an investigation check for me?
Oh man, I'm very bad at these, but I would love to. All right, come on.
I can assist
That's a
you
20.
if you'd like.
Gimme. Oh, it was an 8. That's a pretty good roll for someone who has a -1. Secret message in my DMs?
Where are you? Are you not on my list? Yeah, there you are.
Baby sounds are cute. I have one of those.
So, yes, to answer your question.
Okay. I'm like staring at this.
A quick returning of the passport, asking around to the other passengers. You would not get the sense that this individual was here working with anyone, especially with the note that you have, Orrana. It would seem that they were working alone.
Well, I was wrong. Is there any reason I would want to keep this secret?
Probably not.
Alright, well then I'm just gonna flip it around and just kind of reveal this parchment. It's like a letter, it's got like a seal on it. Goodbye, Raehawk!
Bye, Ray.
Thank you for the blessing. It's like got a seal and stuff on it. Do I recognize the seal?
It's from that same church.
Okay, it's from the same church. This is an order of assassination for Fentina. Someone ordered a hit on her specifically. I don't know why Liviana was caught up on all this, but there was a specific order for her. And I think this Shadow Blade, they usually don't work with other people. They're usually sent alone. But
So,
question is like why would she be targeted in the first place? But someone doesn't want to tell us that.
that is actually my question for you. As the train reaches the city, or on its way to reach the city, I will offer the three of you a question of what happened? What was the, how do I word this? What do you think the intent of the assassination was? Do you have any idea?
Literally, no. Not at all.
No.
I'm not lying to you.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Can I ask if Liviana was an intended target or if she was just an innocent bystander? I
Innocent
can't ask
bystander.
that, or she wasn't.
Innocent bystander.
She was an innocent bystander.
I think he was trying to find the princess or something. and maybe he
We
got the
never
wrong
talked to
person.
the princess, so that's a whole bunch of
I don't know.
information. we haven't
Yeah,
got.
but like, you know, we had that information for some reason, right? Like maybe she was a target.
If she was belonging to a church and someone from the church assassinated her, then she either pissed someone off that is higher than her, or someone lower than her wanted to steal her standing. Those are the only two directions that I can think.
Yeah.
What kind of could?
And
what
she
kind of
seemed
church do you
oblivious
go
and said, "Are
to?
you an apostate? Did you leave? You know, was the church sending someone after her to avenge her leaving? Because some churches believe if to apostate, the sentence is death. But since she said, not that I know of, perhaps she, being a noble, had high standing. Therefore, someone jealous of her station sent somebody to eliminate her."
100%.
Wow. Do we know the person?
Yeah.
The
who was
thread
jealous?
board.
Look,
Yeah.
I might be stupid on other things, but I am a religious zealot. I understand religious zeal, and this smells of lots of religious zeal.
You know, you definitely convinced me to never go to church.
My eyes
Yes.
flash.
Me as well.
Like,
Yeah. With the
Scusa.
killer stopped, the train pulls into the station, the morning sun finally rising. All of you are welcome to disembark, feeling like this has been the longest night ever. And as Maul steps off, passport in hand, we'll just look back to you, Alwyn, as he starts to disappear into the crowd of people, and just gives you a wink.
yeah, you
Him!
They're nasty, right? It's kind of.
Why is everyone hit on Owen?
They're very charming.
I was on this train to find someone I have a long history with and a lot of beef with. They put me in jeopardy, they put the people I love in jeopardy, and the place on which I used to live now I don't really live anywhere, but I'll catch up to him. Don't worry. Like, crack my neck.
Wait, did you recognize who it was when you first saw them?
No, not at first. But, yeah, I'd recognize that smug-ass attitude anywhere.
Huh.
Alwyn, what was your secret goal?
Hold on. It was to, I think, fight him? Where are you?
To bite him?
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I guess biting him also works.
That is absolutely
some of my
within the code of
contacts-
conduct.
Some of my contacts determined that someone on the train works for the tyrant that rules my home. Oh, I got that wrong. And my goal was to find them and deal with them. I was so engrossed in train murder shenanigans, I kind of forgot.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Orrana, do you want to tell us what your secret goal was?
Look, as I said in the very beginning, I'm very honest and open. And when I said I just want to get to the bottom of this, that is actually that was my goal, was to get to the bottom of this. No cap.
Legitimately, justice.
Legitimately, that's all
Yeah.
I don't know why you thought I was
Straight
suspicious.
facts.
I'm kind of offended. But you know, when lemon gives you life, the knives come out to play.
It's kind of
Leo,
good.
What was your hidden objective that I feel was very successful?
I don't know. Can you guys guess what my hidden objective was?
I thought you were trying to lift something, but it turns out you just wanted weird potion.
So really what my hidden objective was to find things of value. And this actually, if you know anything about Leo, Leo is on a quest to create the cosmic elixir, and they believe if they combine lots of things of value into a big pot, and then you stir it around and do some magical things, that you can create this cosmic elixir. So on the train, Leo is trying to find things of value. A lot of the times that could be money or gems, but it could also be this potion, because this person placed a lot of value onto this potion and things like that.
So it could be metaphorical value, not like literal money.
I mean, in the long run, isn't it the same? You know?
Depends. My pictures of my cat and baby are probably more valuable to me than to you.
I can
You
tell
know
you
when
what
you, like-
Yamise's objective was, and that was to protect Alwyn.
All women are
Oh.
queens. If she breathes, she's a thought.
But
Cute.
it is super late, so I want to give a massive thank you to my amazing cast tonight. A thank you to everyone that watched the stream all day long. Heartfelt thank you to everyone that donated. You are amazing, supporting a wonderful cause. And I just want to go around the table, give everyone a chance to, say who you are. If there's anything you're working on that you think people should check out, let us know. So we'll start with faetrouble.
Me. Hello, I'm Angel. I played Alwyn tonight. You can find me at faetrouble, generally around the internet, but primarily on Twitter. I like cosplay, LARP, and talk about D&D and stuff. And also on Twitch weekly, we play things like Souls games and indie games, but Elden Ring has taken over my entire life right now. Yeah, you get me. Yeah. And I play Shadowrun here on Tuesdays. So if either of those things interest you, go on and find me. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session tonight. This was a lot of fun.
So much fun.
Yeah.
So much fun. Down to Harley.
Hi, my name is Harley Kane, and you can find me everywhere on the internet at Harlihero. I am on all the socials, and I do all sorts of really interesting things, I promise. Go check it out. And I played Leo this evening.
Beautifully. And last but not least, Scarlet.
Hi, I'm Scarlet. You can find me everywhere. It's Scarlet64. I mostly stream almost every day on Twitch. I do DJ performances, music production, and then every Sunday I DM an Out of the Abyss campaign with 8 players. It is fucking fantastic. All my players role play and cosplay, and it's like a big old thing. And you can also find me on TikTok. I do a lot of D&D content on TikTok. And it's really fun,
Heck
guys.
yeah.
You're all so great.
This was so much fun. I've been so excited for this game. But yeah,
I love the sound effects.
They're so good.
I'm Andrew. I have been your Games Master for the evening. You can find me over at Lost Caravan RPG, where we do one-shots, we do mini-campaigns, we do long-running campaigns. If it's tabletop RPGs, we pretty much do it all. We got a bunch of games this month still yet to do, so come hang out. We love having people hang out, chat, and just overall be nerds with us. I'm waiting on the word from Ian, but just one final enormous heartfelt thank you to everyone that donated and supported this cause. There's just a lot of really awful things going on, so we just try to make the world just a little bit better, do what we can.
Yeah. All right.
So-
Thank you, guys.
Ian's not here to stop me, so I had to do my own sign off. Take that, Ian. I wish you all a goodbye, a good night, and we'll see you next time. Bye.